Hi guys, hello. Welcome in, hello. I just got here. Hydrate already? I just got here. Hello, hello. How are you guys? You better be good. You better be good tonight. I hope I hope Saturday has treated you well. Gosh, the beginning of today felt like a lifetime ago. Better than I was? Oh good. Okay, let's see. Who got first? Who got first? Um Computer Geek, thank you for being here first. Much appreciated. Congratulations. Hi LGA, nice to see you. Hi Snaggle. Hi Crimson. Squishy, thank you for always lurking here, darling. Thank you, thank you. Cherry, oh my god, Cherry, I miss you. I miss you already. I know I just saw you, but I miss you. Hello Han. Hi Fez. Hi Barty. Oh, thank you for the head pat. Thank you so much. Hi Dr. King. Hello. Hi Apple. Oh my gosh, you guys. I feel like it's been a million years since I've been live. Like I've gotten so used to split streaming on Saturdays. I miss you. I for real can't live like this. Oh my god, Measy! Hello, hi, thank you for the raid. Hello. Hello, thank you. Oh my gosh, wait, you've come for my donuts? Om nom nom. Oh, um, gee. I don't know that I have donuts for you guys, but I do have fruit. I do have fruit. Hello, thank you so much for the raid. If you guys don't know me, my name is Casket. I'm a Friendly Ghost VTuber. Wonderful to have you here. We play a lot of variety games here. I'm specifically into dating sims and RPGs, and I do a lot of art, and tonight we are starting a new book. We'll take the fruit. Hell yeah. Measy, how was your stream? Looks like you were streaming Roblox. Gosh, which map were you playing? Fruit. Hi, Ma. Hello. Welcome. Stars of the Eclipse, welcome as well. Nice to see you guys. Nice to see you. Maisie, thank you for sharing your community with me. I was generally just chilling chat about how much I love your voice and content before we invaded. Really? Oh my, you're flattering me already. We just got here. We were playing 99 Nights in the Forest. Oh. I hope you were having a good time. You better have been having a good time. Also, thank you for the glaze. Much appreciated. The raid means a lot to me. Thank you. I can't wait to get into this new book with you guys. I agreed. Casket's voice is lovely. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, Alex. Thank you for the 7-stream streak. Pookie, you're getting your streak back slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. Levi. Yo, what the fuck? Thank you. Thank you for the biddies, Levi. Thank you. Of course, beautiful. Oh my gosh. Making me. Oh my goodness. Can't wait to further enthralled by your wonderful reading ASMR, your golden voice, and your ghostly personality. King! King! Oh my. Whispers, hello. Hello. Hello, how are you? 90 stream streak? Oh my gosh. Also, raiders, if any of you guys have to raid and run, please do not feel bad. Your health is important. Make sure you have enough water, you're staying hydrated, and you're getting enough rest. It's totally okay. I'm sorry to raid and dash, but I'm a little sick and want to hang with some friends before bed. No, it's totally okay. I'll try my hardest to show up more. I miss being in your streams. Oh, Measy. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your community with me as well. Please get some rest. Please. Get some rest. We'll see you next time. Whispers, I'm good. I forgot to go to the mailbox, but I'm good. I forgot you needed to go to the mailbox too. Could you repeat that part about health for the streamers in the back? Take care of your health. Take care of your health. Do as I say, not as I do, you know? Mwah. Have a good night. Aw. Mwah. Have a wonderful night. Feel better soon, Maisie. Feel better soon. Oh, you guys. Such a cutie. Such a cutie. Here, let me make sure I'm following you. Okay. Wonderful. Anyway, Raiders and everyone who was here before, I hope Saturday has been treating you guys lovely. I had a wonderful time hanging out with Cherry earlier for her birthday. It was a lot of fun. We drank a lot of martinis as per usual and ate really, really good food. Good news though, Mesmer finally buried like he's supposed to with everything. Cool. Oh, wait, does that mean he's comfortable now? Is he like, is that like the ultimate sign that he's happy? That he's happy and thriving? Thriving and happy? Yes? Okay, good. Okay, good. W. But he also did not catch the shrimps, so he's hungry. Oh. Well, if the are the shrimps still in there for him? He should be able to eat them on his own time, right? They're in there? Is that how that works? They don't just disappear, right? Yes, okay. But he didn't catch them. Oh. Moving a little slow today, I guess. Oh, you guys. You guys, I updated my throne today because I was thinking about possible books that we could read in the future that I don't already have. And because I'm really liking doing this dark fairy tale stuff for the ASMR. And I was like, I know I don't have a whole lot more of this genre left on my current shelf. So I was like, let me look and see what I want. And I was pleasantly surprised that I found a sequel for the Hollowwood or the Hazelwood. I found a sequel for the Hazelwood and I did not know that there was a sequel. And the author also wrote the actual book Tales from the Hinterland that the grandmother from that story wrote. So I went ahead and put them on my throne because I feel like those books would be so much fun to read to you guys now that we've already read, the first book essentially together. And I also think it would be cool to read Howl's Moving Castle to you guys too, because I don't know. Have you guys ever read Howl's Moving Castle? It is so good. It is so good. Book Howl? Hot. Wood. Moving slow today, big same. I got lost going to my friend's place because I wasn't properly awake. You got lost? Oh my gosh. It is so good. Oh, Yasu! Have you read it? It was pleasantly surprising. I listened to the audiobook, I think, last year or the year before last, the audiobook for Howl's Moving Castle, and it was amazing. I really, really enjoyed it. I'm multitasking with my reading. I have read it. Oh, I haven't read it. Oh, Alex, I feel like you would enjoy it. It's really well written. And in my search for the book to put it on my throne with the other ones, I found out that Howl's Moving Castle is part of a trilogy. It's part of a trilogy, and I didn't realize that it was part of a trilogy. So and the whole trilogy is only like $20 or something like that. I was just like, damn, it is? Yeah, it is. The author, there's a trilogy. I was like, I've never read the second or the third book, so that would be a lot of fun to read with you guys too. I never knew it was a book. I only knew it was a Ghibli movie. The book Howl's Moving Castle is what the Ghibli movie is based on. It's really good. There is a lot in the book that is missing from the movie, as per usual when a book gets turned into a movie, but definitely worth picking up and reading if you guys haven't read it and you are into the movie. It kind of gives you a different perspective of what's going on, and there's a lot missing from the movie. I think the movie is wonderful though. I don't think it's necessarily lacking from not having Oh my god! Boomy! Boomy, thank you for the raid! Thank you for the raid, Boomy! Oh my god, Dumpy raid. Thank you, thank you. Hi, raiders. If you guys don't know me, my name is Casket. I'm a friendly ghost VTuber. Boomy is my cousin wife. Lovely to see you guys. How are you? You're playing Pokemon? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wait, are you playing Leaf Green or Fire Red? Which one? Because I know there's only one category for it. Thank you. Thank you for the shout out. Thank you, thank you. Crimson, it's good to see you. Leaf Green. Ah, checks out. Oh yeah, checks out because you're a Bulbasaur girly. That checks out. I hope you were having fun. Did you have a goal for today's stream? Correct. Also, raiders, if any of you guys are tired, need to raid and run for any reason, please feel free. I totally understand. Tonight, we are doing some reading. We're starting a new book tonight. It's called The House of Hollow. It is so good. It's one of my favorite books. Just have a good time. I got shown some big raid love, so I wanted to pass it along. Oh, Boomy, thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Boomy, you're so good, Boomy. You're so good to me. Hello, everyone. Hello, Raiders. Hi, Vex. Nice to see you. If you're tired, stay here to ensure good sleep. That is true, yes. We're going to be starting a new book. I'm going to be reading to you with the rain sounds. It's going to be a good time. Love you, wifey, ma. Oh, I love you too. Cute ghosty kitty reads you to sleep. New title. Meow. Maybe I should do a full cat stream one of these days. You guys seem to like these cat ears a lot. Aw, Goober. Welcome on in, Raiders. Yes, welcome on in. Please feel free to get cozy. Get a nice comfy blanket. Get some hot cocoa or cuddle up. We're gonna have a good time. Still can't believe you called me nocturnal, sweetie. I mean, that's kind of what you are, right? You are always up late at night, and if I hear about you sleeping, it's always during the day. So yeah, you are. You're a little nocturnal sweetie, of course. Dinner's about to arrive for me. Oh, what's for dinner? Has everyone else in chat had dinner? I hope so. I have been hyper fixated on quesadillas recently, ever since the other stream. So I had another quesadilla for dinner. I can't stop eating them. I can't stop. They're just so good. Salad with steak and chicken. Oh, I did end up finally getting sleep. Good. See, I knew you would. I knew you would. I knew you would. And then I knew I'd see you here. I'm glad you are well rested. Enough I'd rather have you. Although I'd rather have you. Oh. Much healthier than the salad. Hey, yo. Oh my god. Sorry, that took me off guard. I wasn't expecting the Riz this early in stream. Got the ghosty blushing already. Holy moly, I know, and I already have the blush toggle on. There's nothing for me to toggle on. Hi, Bone Killer. Nice to see you. Welcome in, friend. Welcome to the afterlife. Lovely to have you here. We're just having a little chill session really quick before we get into this lovely book. It's one of my favorites. It's a dark fairy tale. Oh, you've toggled us on already. Indeed. Evil Dead. I love the Evil Dead. We're big horror fans here. Big horror fans here. Does anyone in chat not know what this book is about tonight? Or I love horror. Horror is based. Horror is very fun. Eating some cake sounds like it might be more intense than a salad. Damn. About to finish my dinner shortly here, but watching chat. Oh, thank you, Crimson. Thank you so much. Please take your time. Enjoy your dinner. It's I'm flabbergasted because it's so close to 10 p.m. for me. I feel like dinner happened so long ago, but time zones. It's so much fun to have you guys all here. Okay. I'm going to start getting prepared to read. To be honest, I would have had dinner sooner, but lost track of time. Lost track of time. Hey, it happens to all of us, doesn't it? I know earlier I was losing track of time because I was having so much fun. After me and Cherry parted ways after lunch, I had some time to work on some artwork. I'll just put it like that. I worked on some artwork today, and I made a lot of really good progress, and I was having fun, but I completely lost track of time. Hi, Rose. Nice to see you. I was also having too much fun after, trying to take it easy to relax and recover. Absolutely. Good, I'm glad you were having fun. That's great. It's great news. Hi, Edamame. Nice to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hi, Nini. Hello, sweetheart. How are you? Oh my god, Goat Milk, you're so late with the dumpy raid. Glad you're having fun too. How are we doing today? Doing good. Doing awesome. I hope you are as well, yes? I'm not late. Y'all are early. Oh, I see. Oh god, I thought I'd have to do another shout out. No. Okay, guys. Let's talk about this book that we're about to get into. So, the book we're about to read is called House of Hollow. Fruit, do you like Sanrio? I do. I really like Kuromi. Kuromi is my favorite, closely followed by Cinnamon Roll. Yes, please. When do we get a ghost dumpy? I'm working on it. My apologies. Oh my god. Streaming at 5 a.m. is criminal. Is this 5 a.m. for you? Oh my goodness. I forgot. Working on it with squats or art? Both. Oh, Urchin, thank you for following. Thank you so much. We love Kuromi. Oh, you guys like Kuromi too. Oh, based opinions. Cancel time zones? Yes, please. Cancel all time zones. We are all in the same time zone from now on. Okay, guys. But for real, the book that we're getting into tonight is a lot of fun. It's a dark fairy tale. Kind of keeping on brand with the last book we read, but this one is about something completely different. Would you guys like me to read the summary in the back before we begin? I think that would be a very good introduction to what we're about to get into. Literally in my mind, I haven't set up plan to be Kuromi. Hell yeah. Yeah, Kuromi's my favorite. I don't know, I just love her. Let's see. Get the books out here, shall we? Get the books out. And, oh, thank you for the nerd. Thank you. I just activated the visual magic for you guys too, for the books. So they should be all good to go. There we go. What? Oh, let me take the blush off, just in case anything else salacious happens. Okay, guys. The summary on the back of the book for House of Hollow. Dark, dangerous things happen around the Hollow sisters. Ever since they disappeared as children, only to reappear a month later with no memory of what had happened to them. Odd, eerie occurrences follow in their wake. When Gray, the eldest, goes missing again, Iris and Vivi are left to figure out the mystery, but they aren't the only ones looking for her. As they brush against the supernatural, Iris realizes that the world that returned them 10 years ago might be calling them back. But just how much horror lies beneath the surface? Oh, Dennis, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Have fun? Oh, thank you for the lurk, Rose. Oh, I see. Hmm. Hey, I understand. I understand. The crash out is warranted. Thank you for lurking with me. I'll be writing poems while listening. I may or may not have given my hands rest. Definitely, but definitely take that rest if you need it. Hmm. I don't know. I think you guys are gonna like this one. I think you guys are gonna like this one. Let's see. There are how many chapters are in this book? Visually, the book looks about half the size of the Hazelwood, but I don't know if that means it's less chapters. It might not be. I've read snippets of this book. I really think you'll love it. I have read it before. Oh, there's an epilogue. I have read it before, but it was a long time ago. Oh, there's 24 chapters and an epilogue. So about 25 chapters to this book. Oh, Gaisu, thank you for claiming your daily piece of fruit. Sorry you can't throw things at me tonight. Okay, guys, are we ready to get into the book? Would you like me to start? Let me see. I'll be sure to rest my wrist, so don't worry. Good. You better. Take care of yourself, please. I'm gonna listen until I fall asleep. That's okay. That's what this stream is for. Listen until you fall asleep. That is such a high compliment. You better. Yes, please, chat. Take care of yourself. Okay. We're gonna get started. Yeah, it depends how late it goes. I will need to drop off modding to sleep. No worries. No worries at all. Okay. Oh, before I get too far into it, Crimson, can you end the Discord message for me, please? Thank you. Okay. Prologue. I was 10 years old the first time I realized I was strange. Around midnight, a woman dressed in white slipped through my bedroom window and cut off a lock of my hair with sewing scissors. I was awake the whole time, tracking her in the dark, so frozen by fear that I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I watched as she held the curl of my hair to her nose and inhaled. I watched as she put it on her tongue and closed her mouth and savored the taste for a few moments before swallowing. I watched as she bent over me and ran a fingertip along the hook-shaped scar at the base of my throat. It was only when she opened my door, bound for the bedrooms of my older sisters, with the scissors still held at her side, that I finally screamed. My mother tackled her in the hall. My sisters helped hold her down. The woman was rough and rabid, thrashing against the three of them with a strength we'd later learn was fueled by amphetamines. She bit my mother. She head-butted my middle sister, Vivi, so hard in the face that her nose was crushed and both of her eye sockets were bruised for weeks. It was Gray, my eldest sister, who finally subdued her. When she thought my mother wasn't looking, she bent low over the wild woman's face and pressed her lips against her mouth. It was a soft kiss, right out of a fairy tale, made gruesome by the fact that the woman's chin was slick with our mother's blood. For a moment, the air smelled sweet and wrong, a mixture of honey and something else, something rotten. Gray pulled back and held the woman's head in her hands and then watched her, intently, waiting. My sister's eyes were so black they looked like polished river stones. She was 14 then, and already the most beautiful creature I could imagine. I wanted to peel the skin from her body and wear it draped over mine. The woman shuddered beneath Gray's touch, and then just stopped. By the time the police arrived, the woman's eyes were wide and far away, her limbs so liquid she could no longer stand and had to be carried out, limp as a drunk, by 3 officers. I wonder if Gray already knew then what we were. The woman, the police would later tell us, had read about us on the internet and stalked us for several weeks before the break-in. We were famous for a bizarre thing that had happened to us 3 years earlier, when I was 7. A thing I couldn't remember and never thought about, but that apparently intrigued many others a great deal. I was keyed into our strangeness after that. I watched for it the years that followed, saw it bloom around us in unexpected ways. There was the man who tried to pull Vivi into his car when she was 15 because he thought she was an angel. She broke his jaw and knocked out 2 of his teeth. There was the teacher, the one Gray hated, who was fired after he pressed her against a wall and kissed her neck in front of her whole class. There was the pretty popular girl who had bullied me, who stood in front of the entire school at assembly and silently began to shave her own head, tears streaming down her face as her dark locks fell in spools at her feet. When I found Gray's eyes through the sea of faces that day, she was staring at me. The bullying had been going on for months, and I'd only told my sisters about it the night before. Gray winked at me, then returned to the book she was reading, uninterested in the show. Vivi, always less subtle, had her feet up on the back of the chair in front of her and was grinning from ear to ear, her crooked nose wrinkled in delight. Dark, dangerous things happened around the Hollow Sisters. We each had black eyes and hair as white as milk. We each had enchanting 4-letter names: Gray, Vivi, Iris. We walked to school together, we ate lunch together, we walked home together. We didn't have friends because we didn't need them. We moved through the corridors like sharks, the other little fishes parting around us, whispering behind our backs. Everyone knew who we were. Everyone had heard our story. Everyone had their own theories about what had happened to us. My sisters used this to their advantage. They were very good at cultivating their own mystery, like gardeners, coaxing the heady intrigue that ripened around them into the shape of their choosing. I simply followed in their wake, quiet and studious, always embarrassed by the attention. Strangeness only bred strangeness, and it felt dangerous to tempt fate, to invite the darkness that seemed already naturally drawn to us. It didn't occur to me that my sisters would leave school long before I did, until it actually happened. School hadn't been suited for either of them. Gray was blisteringly smart, but never found anything in the curriculum, particularly to her liking. If a class called for her to read and analyze Jane Eyre, she might instead decide Dante's Inferno was more interesting and write her essay on that. If an art class called for her to sketch a realistic self-portrait, she might instead draw a sunken-eyed monster with blood on its hands. Some teachers loved this, most did not. And before she dropped out, Gray only ever managed mediocre grades. If this bothered her, she never showed it, drifting through classes with the sureness of a person who had been told her future by a clairvoyant and had liked what she heard. Vivi preferred to cut school as frequently as possible, which relieved the administration, since she was a handful when she did show up. She backtalked teachers, cut slashes in her uniforms to make them more punk, spray painted graffiti in the toilets, and refused to remove her many piercings. The few assignments she handed in during her last year at school all scored easy A's. They just weren't enough of them to keep her around, which suited Vivi just fine. Every rock star needed an origin story, and getting kicked out of your 30,000 per year high school was a good place as any. They were both like that. Even then, both already in possession of an alchemical self-confidence that belonged to much older humans. They didn't care what other people thought of them. They didn't care what other people thought was cool, which of course made them unbearingly cool. They left school and home within weeks of each other. Gray was 17, Vivi was 15. They set off into the world, both bound for the glamorous, exotic futures they'd always known they were destined for. Which is how I found myself alone, the only hollow left, still struggling to thrive in the long shadows they left behind. The quiet, bright one who loved science and geography and had a natural flair for mathematics. The one who wanted desperately, above all else, to be unremarkable. Slowly, month by month, year by year, the strangeness that swelled around my sisters began to recede, and, for a good long while, my life was what I'd craved ever since I'd seen Gray sedate an intruder with a simple kiss. Normal. It was, of course, not to last. That's the end of the prologue. Also, hi, Sutomi. Hi, Tomi. Nice to see you. Hi, Jackal. Welcome in. What'd you guys think? Oh, I am sad. Oh, you like it? I love this book. I think it is so good. Between you and, well, clips of you. Oh, I see. Tomi, it's good to have you here. Thank you for being here. Okay. I'm gonna barrel right into chapter 1. I just really, I love this book so much. Okay. Let's barrel in. Alright, let's do it. A barrel full of laughs. I don't know. I don't know if this book is gonna give you laughs, but we'll see. Okay. Chapter 1. My breath snagged when I saw my sister's face staring up at me from the floor. Gray's fine, hook-shaped scar was still the first thing you noticed about her, followed by how achingly beautiful she was. The Vogue magazine, her third U.S. cover in as many years, must have arrived in the post and landed face up on the hall rug, smack bang, which is where I found it, in the silver ghost light of the morning. The words, "The Secret Keeper," covered in mossy green text beneath her. Her body was angled towards the photographer, her lips parted in a sigh, the black eyes staring at the camera. A pair of antlers emerged from her white hair as though they were her own. For a short, witching moment, I'd thought she was actually there in the flesh, the infamous Gray Hollow. In the 4 years since she'd left home, my eldest sister had grown into a gossamer slip of a woman with hair like spun sugar and a face out of Greek mythology. Even in still pictures there was something vaporous and Hylian about her, like she might ascend into the ether at any moment. It was perhaps why journalists were forever describing her as ethereal, though I'd always thought of Gray as more earthly. No articles ever mentioned that she felt most at home in the woods, or how good she was at making things grow. Plants loved her. The wisteria outside of her childhood bedroom had often snaked in through the open window and coiled around her fingers in the night. I picked up the magazine and flicked it over to the cover story. Grey Hollow wears her secrets like silk. When I met her in the lobby of the Langsborough, Hollow never allows journalists near her apartment, nor, it's rumored, does she host parties or entertain guests. She's dressed in one of her hallmark enigmatic creations. Think heavy embroidery, hundreds of beads, thread spun from actual gold, and tulle so light it drifts like smoke. Hollow's couture has been described as fairy tale meeting a nightmare inside of a fever dream. Gowns drip with leaves and decaying pearls. Her catwalk models wear antlers scavenged from deer carcasses and the pelts of skinned mice, and she insists on wood smoking her fabric before it's cut, so her fashion show smells like forest fire. Hollow's creations are beautiful and decadent and strange, but it's the clandestine nature of her pieces that has made them so famous so quickly. There are secret messages hand-stitched into the lining of each of her gowns, but that's not all. Celebrities have reported finding scraps of rolled-up paper sewn into the boning of their bodices, or shards of engraved animal bones affixed alongside precious gems, or runic symbols painted in invisible ink, or minuscule vials of perfume that crack like glow sticks when the wearer moves, releasing Hollow's heady, infamous scent. The imagery that features in her embroidery is alien, sometimes disturbingly so. Think gene-spliced flowers and skeletal minotaurs, their faces stripped of flesh. Much like their creator, each piece is a puzzle box begging to be solved. I stopped reading there, because I knew what the rest of the article would say. I knew it would talk about the thing that happened to us as children, the thing none of us could remember. I knew it would talk about my father, the way he died. I touched my fingertip to the scar at my throat, the same half-moon scar I shared with Gray, with Vivi, the scar none of us could remember getting. I took the magazine up to the bedroom and flipped it under my pillow so my mother wouldn't find it, wouldn't burn it in the kitchen sink like the last one. Before I left, I opened my Find Friends app and checked that it was turned on and transmitting my location. It was a requirement of my daily morning runs that my mother could track my little orange avatar as it bobbed around Hampstead Heath. Actually, it was a requirement if I wanted to leave the house at all, that my mother could track my little orange avatar as it bobbed around wherever I went. Kate's own avatar still hovered south, at the Royal Free Hospital, her nursing shift in A&E dragging, as per usual, into overtime. "Leaving now," I messaged her. "Okay, I will watch you," she pinged back immediately. "Message me when you're home safe." I set off into the pre-dawned winter cold. We lived in a tall, pointed house, covered in white stucco and wrapped with lead-light windows that reminded me of dragonfly wings. Remnants of night still clung to the eaves and collected in pools beneath the trees in our front yard. It was not the kind of place a single mother, or on a nurse's salary, could usually afford, but it had once belonged to my mother's parents, who both died in a car accident when she was pregnant with Gray. They'd bought it at the start of their marriage during World War II, when property prices in London had crashed because of the Blitz. They were teenagers then, barely older than I was now. The house had been grand once, though it had sagged and sunken with time. In my favorite old photograph of the place, taken in the kitchen sometime in the 60s, the room was fat and lazy with sunlight, the kind that lingers for hours in the summer months, sticking to the tops of trees and gold halos. My grandmother was squinting at the camera, a kaleidoscope of glittering greens cast across her skin from a stained glass window that had since been broken. My grandfather stood with his arm around her, a cigar in his mouth, his trouser belt high and a pair of Coke bottle glasses on his nose. The air looked warm and smoky and my grandparents were both smiling. They were cool, relaxed. If you didn't know their story, you might think they were happy. From the 4 pregnancies she carried to term, my grandmother had given birth to only one living child. Quite late in her life, my mother, Kate. The rooms of this house that had been embarked for children had been left empty, and my grandparents had not lived long enough to see any of their grandchildren born. There are things in every family that are not talked about. Stories you know without really knowing how you know them. Tales of terrible things that cast long shadows over generations. Adelaide Fairlight's 3 stillborn babies was one of those stories. Another was the thing that had happened to us when I was 7. Vivi called before I'd even reached the end of the street. I took the call on my AirPods, knowing without even looking at my screen that it was her. "Hey," I said, "you're up early. It can't even be lunchtime in Budapest." "Ha ha." Vivi's voice sounded muffled, distracted. "What are you doing?" "I'm out for a run. You know, the thing I do every morning." I turned left and ran along the footpath, past empty sports fields and the carcasses of trees that stood tall and stripped in the cold. It was a gray morning, the sun yawning sluggishly into the sky behind a pall of clouds. The chill kneaded my exposed skin, drawing tears from my eyes and making my ears ache with each heartbeat. "Ew," Vivi said. I heard an airline announcement in the background. Why would you do that to yourself? It's the latest rage for cardiovascular health. Are you at the airport? I'm flying in for a gig tonight, remember? I just landed in London. No, I do not remember, because you definitely did not tell me. I'm sure I told you. That would be a negative. Anyway, I'm here, and Gray's flying in from Paris for some photo shoot today, and we're all hanging out in Camden before the gig. I'll pick you up before I get out of this god-awful airport. Vivi, it's a school day. You're still at that soul-destroying institution? Wait, hang on. I'm going through immigration. My usual path took me through the green fields of the Golden Hill Park, the grass sprinkled with a confetti bomb of yellow daffodils and white and purple crocuses. It had been a mild winter, and spring was breaking already, rolling across the city in mid-February. Minutes dragged by. I heard more airline announcements in the background as I ran along the western border of Hempstead Heath and into the park, past the blanched milkstone of Kenwood House. I headed deeper into the twisting wildwood warrens of the heath, so tight and green and old in places it was hard to believe you were still in London. I gravitated to the untamed parts, where the trails were muddy and thick fairy-tale trees grew over them in archways. The leaves would soon begin to return, but this morning I moved beneath a thicket of stark branches, my path bordering on both sides of a carpet of fallen detritus. The air here smelled sodden, bloated with damp. The mud was thin from recent rain and flicked up the back of my calves as I pushed on. The sun was rising now, but the early morning light was suffused with a drop of ink. It made the shadows deep and hungry-looking. My sister's garbled voice on the phone. "You still there?" "Yes," I replied, much to my chagrin. "Your phone manners are appalling." As I was saying, school is thoroughly boring, and I am very exciting. I demand you cut class and hang out with me. I can't. Don't make me call the administration and tell them you need the day off for an STD test or something. You wouldn't. Okay, good chat. See you soon. Vivi. The line went quiet at the same time as a pigeon shot out from the undergrowth and into my face. I yelped and fell backwards into the mud, my hands instinctively coming up to protect my head, even though the bird had already fluttered away. And then, a small movement on the path far ahead. There was a figure, obscured by trees and overgrown grass. A man, pale and shirtless, despite the cold. far enough away that I couldn't tell if he was even looking in my direction. From this distance, in the gunmetal light, it appeared as though he was wearing a horned skull over his head. I thought of my sister, on the cover of Vogue, of the antlers her model wore on the catwalk, of the beasts she embroidered on her silk gowns. I took a few deep breaths and lingered where I sat in the mud, unsure if the man had seen me or not. But he didn't move. A breeze cooled my forehead, carrying with it the smell of wood smoke and the wild, wet stench of something feral. I knew that smell, even if I couldn't remember what it meant. I scrambled to my feet and ran hard in the direction I'd come from, my blood hot and quick, my feet slipping, visions of the monster snagging my ponytail playing on repeat in my head. I kept checking behind me until I passed Kenwood House and stumbled out onto the road. But no one followed. The world outside the green bubble of Hampstead Heath was busy, normal. London was waking up. When I caught my breath, my fear was replaced by embarrassment that a wet brown stain had spread over the back of my leggings. I stayed alert while I ran home, the way women do, one AirPod out, a sharp slice of adrenaline carving up the line of my spine. A passing cab driver laughed at me, and a man out for his cigarette for the day told me I was beautiful, told me to smile. Both left a prickle of fright and anger in my gut, but I kept running, and they faded back into the white noise of the city. That's the way it was with Vivian Gray. All it took was one phone call from them for the strangeness to start seeping in again. At the end of my street, I messaged my middle sister, "Do not come to my school." That's the end of chapter 1. Okay, before I continue, thoughts. Give me some thoughts. Don't come to my school tomorrow. Do you like it so far? I have several concerns. Oh, several concerns, huh? One word. Okay. One word. What are your concerns, Crimson? Gasp. Gasp is your one word? Hi, Ted. Hello. Thank you for claiming your daily piece of fruit. How are you? You guys like chapter 1 so far. It's so good. Hello. Hello, princess. I want to know more. You have concerns, but you want to know more. Okay. Heard, understood. Woot. My curiosity outweighs the concerns. I see. Hello, princess. I have come for the blueberry. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh, your concern for other people's well-being. I see. I love this book so far. Okay, let me hydrate. Let me hydrate really quick, and then we will get into the next chapter. Okay. Ew, you know better? Okay. Oh, the thunder. Oh, I love the thunder. The thunder is so pleasant. I'm thinking about making several different kinds of thunder redeems. Like one that's like in the distance, or one that's like a rolling thunder. I think that would be really cool. Oh no, my Tism will hate that. Oh no. A little scary for the thunder, but it's neat. Oh, is the thunder scary? Oh, wait. Is the cute Oni boy scared of thunder? Oh. Don't worry, you're safe here. You are safe here from the thunder, I promise. I'm scared of thunder, yeah? I had no idea. I didn't know you were scared of thunder. Oh, don't worry, the graveyard will save you. The graveyard will keep you safe. Oh shit, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. The thunder is really soothing. At least to me. But, that checks out. Okay, chat, let's get into chapter 2, shall we? Rest assured, thunder means I'm watching over to protect. It's one time I hate when it rains here, we get bad thunderstorms. Oh. Dude. If I had a thunderstorm, I would be out cold. Okay. Chapter 2. At home, I found my mother's red Mini Cooper in the driveway, and the front door ajar. It keened open and closed on its hinges, breathing with the wind. Wet footprints tracked inside. Our ancient demon of a cat, Sasha, was sitting on the doormat, licking her paw. The cat was older than me, and so threadbare and crooked she was beginning to look like a bad taxidermy job. She hissed when I picked her up. Sasha had never liked me or Vivi or Gray, and she made her feelings known with her claws. But she was too decrepit these days to put up much of a fight. Something was off. The cat hadn't been allowed outside for probably 10 years. Kate, I called quietly as I pushed the door open and stepped inside. I couldn't remember when or why we'd stopped calling our mother Mom, but Kate preferred it this way, and it had stuck. There was no answer. I put Sasha down and scuffed my muddy shoes, soft voices echoing down the stairs from the floor above, snippets of an odd conversation. That's the best you can do? My mother asked. You can't even tell me where they went? How it happened? A tiny speakerphone voice responded, a man with an American accent. Listen, lady, you don't need a PI. You need a psychiatric investigation. I followed the voices and my footfalls quiet. Kate was pacing by her bed, still in her A&E scrubs, the top drawer of her nightstand open. The room was dark, lit only by a dim honey lamp. Night shift at the hospital called for blackout curtains, so the space always had a slightly sour smell to it from the constant lack of sunlight. On one hand, Kate held her phone. In the other, a photograph of herself with a man and 3 children. This happened every winter. In the weeks following the anniversary, my mother hired a PI to try and solve the mystery the police were no closer to unraveling. Inevitably, the PI always failed. So that's it then? Kate asked. Jesus, why don't you just ask your daughters? The man on the phone answered. If anyone knows, it's them. Fuck you, she said sharply. My mother rarely swore. The wrongness of it set a prickle into my fingertips. Kate hung up. A gloated sound escaped her throat. It was not the kind of noise you'd make in the presence of others. It was immediately embarrassed. I was immediately embarrassed to have stumbled onto something so private. I went to turn away, but the floorboards creaked like old bones beneath my weight. Iris, Kate said, startled. There was a prickle of something odd in her expression when she looked up at me. Anger? Fear? But it wasn't. It was quickly replaced with concern when she spotted my muddy leggings. What happened? Are you hurt? No. I was mauled by a rabid pigeon. And you were so scared that you shat your pants? I threw her a very funny pout. Kate laughed and perched on the edge of her bed and beckoned me with both hands. I went and sat cross-legged on the floor in front of her so she could fix my long blonde hair into 2 braids, as she had done most mornings since I was little. Everything okay? I asked as she ran her fingers through my hair. I caught the prickly chemical scent of hospital soap, overlaid with sweat and bad breath and other telltale hints of a 15-hour shift in A&E. Some people thought of their mothers when they smelled the perfume she wore when they were children, but for me, my mother would always be this: the cornstarch powder of latex gloves, the coppery tang of other people's blood. You left the front door open. No, I didn't. Did I? It was a long shift. I spent a long time with a guy who was convinced his family was controlling him with anal probes. Does that count as a medical emergency? I think I'd want some pretty rapid intervention if that was happening to me. Fair point. I sucked my bottom lip and exhaled my nose. It was better to ask now, in person, than over text later. Is it okay if I go out tonight? Vivi's in town for a gig and Gray is flying in from Paris. I want to spend some time with them. My mother said nothing. But her fingers slipped in my hair and tugged hard enough to make me gasp. She didn't apologize. They're my sisters, I said quietly. Sometimes, asking to see them, but especially asking to see Gray, felt like asking for permission to take up shooting heroin as an extracurricular activity. They aren't going to let anything bad happen to me. Kate gave a short, complicated laugh and started braiding again. The picture she'd been looking at was face down on the blanket, like she hoped I wouldn't notice it. I turned it over and studied it. It was of my mother and my father, Gabe, and the three of us girls when we were younger. Vivi wore a green tweedle duffel coat. Gray was dressed in a Bordeaux faux fur jacket. I was in a little red tartan coat with gold buttons. Around each of our necks hung matching golden heart pendants with our names pressed into the metal. Iris, Vivi, Gray. Christmas presents from the grandparents we had been in Scotland to visit when the photo was taken. The police had never found these items of clothing or jewelry, despite extensive searches for them. It's from that day, I said quietly. I hadn't seen any photographs from that day before. I hadn't even known there were any. We all look so different. You can... Kate's voice split, fell back down her throat. She let out a thin breath. You can go to Vivi's gig. Thank you, but I want you home before midnight. Deal. I should make us something to eat before you go to school, and you should definitely have a shower. She finished my braids and kissed me on the crown of my head before she left. When she was gone, I looked at the photograph again, at her face, at my father's face. Only a handful of hours before the worst thing that would ever happen to them happened. It had carved something out of my mother, shaved the apples from her cheeks, and left her thinner and grayer than before. For much of my life, she had been a watercolor of a woman, snapped of vibrancy. It had carved even more out of Gabe. Yet it was the three of us girls who changed the most. I hardly recognized the dark hair, blue-eyed children who stared back at me. I've been told we were more secretive after it happened, that we didn't speak to anyone but each other for months, that we refused to sleep in separate rooms or even separate beds. Sometimes in the middle of the night our parents would wake to check on us and find us huddled together in our pajamas, our heads pressed together like witches bent over a cauldron, whispering. Our eyes turned black, our hair turned white, our skin began to smell like milk in the earth after rain. We were always hungry, but never seemed to gain weight. We ate and ate and ate. We even chewed in our sleep, grinding down our baby teeth and sometimes biting our tongues and cheeks so we woke with blood-stained lips. Doctors diagnosed us with everything from PTSD to ADHD. We collected an alphabet of acronyms, but no treatment or therapy ever seemed to be able to reset us to how we'd been before it happened. We weren't ill, it was decided. We were just strange. People always found it hard to believe now that Gray and Vivi and I had come from our parents. Everything about Gabe Hollow had been gentle, except for his hands, which were rough from his work as a carpenter and his weekend hobby of throwing mugs on a pottery wheel. He'd worn cozy clothing from charity stores. His fingers were long and felt like sandpaper when he held your hand. He never watched sports or raised his voice. He caught spiders in plastic containers and carried them out to the garden. He talked to his kitchen herbs when he watered them. Our mother was an equally soft woman. She drank everything, tea, juice, wine, only from the mugs my father had made for her. She owned 3 pairs of shoes and wore muddy Wellingtons as often as she could. After it rained, she picked up snails from the sidewalk and moved them to safety. She loved honey, honey on toast, honey on cheese, honey stirred into her hot drinks. She sewed her own summer dresses from patterns handed down to her by her grandmother. Together, they'd worn waxed barber jackets and preferred walking in the English countryside to traveling overseas. They'd owned wooden hiking poles and hand reels for fishing in streams. They both loved to wrap themselves in wool blankets and read on rainy days. They both had light blue eyes, dark hair, and sweet, heart-shaped faces. They were gentle people, warm people. Somehow, combined, they'd produced us. We were each 5'11", a full 10 inches taller than our tiny mother. We were each angular, elongated, sharp. We were each inconveniently beautiful, with high cheekbones and eyes like does. People told us, as children, told our parents, how exquisite we were. The way they said it, it sounded like a warning. Which, I suppose, it was. We all knew the impact of our beauty, and we all dealt with it in different ways. Gray knew her power and brandished it forcefully, in a way I had seen few girls do. In a way I was afraid to mirror myself, because I had witnessed the repercussions of being beautiful, of being pretty, of being cute, of being sexy, and of attracting the wrong kind of attention, not only from boys and men, but other girls, other women. Gray was an enchantress who looked like sex and smelled like a field of wildflowers, the human embodiment of late summer evenings in the south of France. She accentuated her natural beauty wherever possible. She wore high heels and delicate lace bras and soft, smoky eye makeup. She always knew the right amount of skin to show to achieve that cool, sexy look. More than anything else, this is how I knew my eldest sister was different from me. She walked home alone at night, always beautiful, sometimes drunk, frequently in short skirts and low-cut tops. She walked through dark parks and down empty streets and along graffiti-smeared canals, where itinerants cluttered to drink and do drugs and sleep in piles. She did this without fear. She went to the places and wore the things that, if anything happened to her, would later prompt people to say that she was asking for. She moved through the world like no other woman I knew. "What you don't understand," she said to me once when I told her how dangerous it was, "is that I am the thing in the dark." Vivi was the opposite. She tried to banish her beauty. She shaved her head, pierced her skin, inked the words "fuck off" across her fingers, a spell to try and ward off unwanted desire from unwanted men. Even with these enchantments, even with a zigzag nose and a wicked tongue, and unshaved body hair, and the dark grooves beneath her eyes carved out by drink and drugs and sleepless nights, she was still achingly beautiful, and ached after accordingly. She collected each wolf whistle, each smacked butt cheek, each groped breast, kept them all beneath her skin where they boiled in a cauldron of rage that she let out on stage, on strings of her brass guitar. She felt somewhere between my sisters, I fell somewhere between my sisters. I didn't actively try to wield or waste my beauty. I kept my hair washed and wore no scent but deodorant. I smelled clean, but not intoxicating. Not sweet, not tempting. I wore no makeup and only loose-fitting clothes. I didn't take up the hem of my uniform. I didn't walk alone at night. I went to put the photograph back in Kate's open drawer. A manila folder, distended with paper, sat beneath her socks and underwear. I pulled it out. I flicked it open. It was filled with photocopies of police files, their edges curled with age. I saw my name, my sister's names, caught snippets of our story as I rifled through, unable to look away. The children claim to have no memory of where they have been or what happened to them. Officer Redacted and Officer Redacted refused to be in the same room as the children, citing shared nightmares after talking and taking their statements. The flowers found in the children's hair are unidentifiable hybrid possible. The cadaver dogs continue to react to the children even days after their return. Gabe Hollow insists that all 3 children's eyes have changed and that baby teeth have grown back in places where they were already lost. My stomach pressed against my throat. I snapped the folder shut and tried to shove it back into the drawer, but it snagged on the wood and split open, leaving paper onto the floor. I knelt and gathered the sheets into a pile with shaking hands, trying not to look at its contents. Pictures, witness statements, pieces of evidence. My mouth was dry. The paper felt corrupted and wrong in my fingers. I wanted to burn it, the way you burn a blighted crop so the rot couldn't spread. And there, at the top of the stack of documents, I found a photograph of Gray at 11 years old. 2 white flowers, real, living flowers, growing out of the paper as if they were bursting from her eyes. And that's the end of chapter 2. Hi, Seaward. Nice to see you. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Oh, thank you guys for the follows as well. Thank you so much, Houdini and Chupacabra. Lovely to have you here in the afterlife with us. What do you guys think of chapter 2? Are you guys still sad? Flowers growing out of a piece of paper? Interesting. What you guys can't see while I'm reading is that each start of a new chapter, in the top left-hand corner of the page, there is black and white flowers that are bleeding. Oh, I'm sad? Okay, well, if you're sad, bravo. Thank you, thank you. Then let's continue, shall we? Hi, Gaisu. Okay. Chapter 3. I was hungry when I arrived at school. Even after Kate had cooked me breakfast, even now, years after whatever trauma had first sparked my unusual appetite, I was still always hungry. Just last week, I'd gotten home ravenous and laid waste to the kitchen. The fridge and pantry had been stocked with food after Kate's fortnight grocery shopping. 2 loaves of fresh sourdough bread, a tub of marinated olives, 2 dozen eggs, 4 cans of chickpeas, a bag of carrots, crisps, and salsa, 4 avocados. The list goes on. Enough food for 2 people for 2 weeks. I ate it all. Every bite. I ate and ate and ate. I ate until my mouth bled and my jaw ached from chewing. Even when all the new groceries were devoured, I downed an old can of beans, a box of stale cereal, and a tin of shortbread. Afterwards, my hunger finally sated. I stood in front of my bedroom mirror and turned this way and that, wondering where the hell the food went. I was still skinny. Not so much as a bump. At school, I felt high-strung and jumpy. When a car door slammed and the drop-off line smacked my hand to my chest so hard the skin was still stinging. I straightened my uniform tie and tried to center my thoughts. My fingers felt grimy and smelled of something putrid, even though I'd washed them 3 times at home. The smell came from the flowers on that photo. I'd plucked one of my sister's eyes before I left. It was an odd bloom, with waxy petals and roots that threaded into the paper like stitches. I'd recognized it. It was the same flower Gray had turned into a pattern and embroidered on many of her designs. I'd held it close to my nose and inhaled, expecting a sweet scent like gardenia, but the stench was of raw meat and garbage, had me dry heaving. I'd left the files and fled, the fetid bloom in my mouth, in my mother's drawer, and slammed her bedroom door shut behind me. I breathed a little easier at school, felt like I was coming back to myself, or at least to the carefully curated version of myself I was at Highgate Wood School for Girls. My backpack groaned at the seams with books of Python and A-level study guides cut hot tracks into my shoulders. The rules and structure here made sense. The weirdness that lurked in old empty houses, in the wild wood thickets of ancient heaths, found it hard to permeate the monotony of uniforms and fluorescent lights. It had become my sanctuary away from the baseline strangeness of my life, even if I didn't belong here with the children of some London richest families. I hurried through the busy corridors, bound for the library. "You're 5 minutes late," said Paisley, one of the dozen students I tutored before and after school. Paisley was a pint-sized 12-year-old who somehow managed to make the school uniform look boho chic. Her parents had been paying me decent money for weeks to try and teach her basic coding. The annoying thing was, Paisley was a natural. When she paid attention, she picked up Python with an easy elegance that reminded me of Gray. "Oh, I'm deeply sorry, Paisley. I'll give you a free extra hour after school to make up for it." She glared at me. "That's what I thought. Where's your laptop?" "I heard you're a witch," she said, as she returned to tapping away at her phone, curls of mousy hair falling into her eyes. "I heard your sisters were expelled after sacrificing a teacher to the devil in the auditorium." Wow. The rumors had gotten out of control in the last 4 years, but honestly, I was more surprised that it had taken this long for one to reach her. "I'm not a witch. I'm a mermaid," I said as I sat my laptop and opened the textbook to where we left off. "Now show me the homework I set for you last week." "Why is your hair white if you're not a witch?" "I bleach it that way." I lied. In fact, the week after Gray and Vivi left, I tried to dye it darker. I bought 3 boxes of dye and spent a rainy summer evening drinking apple cider while I painted my hair. I waited for 45 minutes, the instructions recommended, and then a little longer just to be sure, before rinsing it out. I was excited to see the new me. It felt like the transformative scene in a spy movie when the protagonist is on the run, forced to change their appearance in a service station toilet after they go rogue. When I wiped away the fog of condensation on the mirror, I shrieked. My hair was its usual milky blonde, entirely untouched by the dye. "Homework," I ordered again. Paisley rolled her little eyes and dug her laptop out of her bag. "There." She turned her screen towards me. "Well?" she demanded as I scrolled through her code. "It's good. Despite your best efforts, you're picking this up. What a terrible shame this will be our last session." God, what kind of 12-year-old talk like that? I tissed her. "Not so fast. Unfortunately for both of us, your parents have paid through the rest of the term." "That was until they found out who your sisters are." Paisley handed me an envelope. My name was written on the front of it, her mother's loopy handwriting. "They are super into Jesus. They won't even let me read Harry Potter. Suddenly, they don't seem to think you're a good influence on me." She packed her things, stood to leave. "Bye, Sabrina," she called sweetly on her way out. "Wow," came a disembodied voice. "Some people are so rude." "Oh," I said as a small, bottle-blonde figure made her way out of the stacks and pulled up the chairs across from me. "Hello, Jennifer." In the months after Gray and Vivi had left school, when the loneliness of being without them sank so deep into my body that every heartbeat ached, I desperately wanted to make friends with some of my peers. I'd never needed friends before, but without my sisters, I had no one to eat with at lunchtime and no one but my mother to spend time with on the weekends. Oh, interruption. Sharky! Oh my god, wait. Shark raid? Katamari, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, chatters. Welcome in. If you guys don't know me, my name is Casket. I'm a friendly ghost VTuber. I play a lot of variety games here, but tonight we are reading the book The House of Hollow. Hello! We're here for the ASMR vibes and sleepy vibes. Oh, then you're in the right place. Oh, Kat, thank you so much for sharing your community with me. Oh my goodness, your model is so pretty. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. But yeah, if any of you raiders have to raid and run though, I totally don't mind at all. Please take care of yourself. Kat, I hope you had fun playing Raft. Oh, Shark, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. It really is. She's a cutie patootie. Oh my god. You guys don't have to glaze me like that. You really don't. Thank you all the same. I did have fun? Good. Well, if you and your community would like to hang out with the cozy vibes, please feel free to fall asleep in my chat. I do not mind. But if you have to raid and run, please feel free. You know what? This counts as a raid during ASMR, so thank you. No pressure whatsoever. Sit back and relax. Thank you so much, Crimson. Okay, guys, let's continue. I just couldn't. If I get a raid in between reading, I can't not say anything, you know? So, I love you guys. Finally got to use. Keep complimenting the ghosty. Oh, you guys. I will def lurk and enjoy the sleepy vibes. It's been a rough week, so the good vibes are needed. Yes, we only have good vibes here. So, Kat, thank you again. Thank you so much. Let's get back into the book, okay? Okay. I'd never needed friends before, but without my sisters, I had no one to eat with at lunchtime and no one but my mother to spend time with on the weekends. When Jennifer Ware had invited me to her sleepover birthday party, reluctantly, I suspected, our mothers worked together at the Royal Free, I'd consciously accepted. It was an appropriately posh affair. Each girl had her own mini tippy set up in the Wares' vast living room, each frosted with fairy lights and set amongst a floating sea of blush and gold balloons. We watched 3 of the Conjuring movies into the early hours of the morning and ate so much birthday cake and so many delicate baked goods that I thought someone might vomit. We talked about boys who attended nearby schools and how cute they were. We snuck into Jennifer's parents' drink cabinet and did 2 shots of tequila each. Even Justine Kahn, the girl who bullied me and subsequently shaved her head in front of the school, seemed not to mind my presence. For a handful of pink sugary alcohol softened hours, I dared to allow myself to imagine a future that looked like this. And it might have been possible, if not for the now infamous game of spin the bottle that had landed both Justine and me in A&E. Jennifer Ware hadn't spoken to me since that night, when I left her house with blood dripping from my lips. "Did you want something?" I asked her. "Well, actually," Jennifer said with a smile, "I bought tickets to the gig at Camden Jazz Cafe tonight. I heard your sister was going to be there." "Of course she's going to be there," I said, confused. "She's in the band." "Oh, no, silly. I meant your other sister, Gray. I was wondering. I would totally love to meet her. Maybe you could introduce me?" I stared at her for a long time. Jennifer Ware and Justine Kahn, together, they called themselves JJ, had been making my life a living hell for the better part of 4 years. Where Jennifer outright ignored me, Justine made up the difference. "Witch" scrawled across my locker in blood. Dead birds slipped into my backpack, and one time broken glass sprinkled over my lunch. Anyway, Jennifer continued, her saccharine smile beginning to go sour. Think about it. It wouldn't be the worst thing that could happen to you, you know, being my friend. I'll see you tonight. When she was gone, I read Paisley's note, in which her parents explained they'd heard some concerning accusations and asked for their advance back. I tore it up, dumped it in the bin, then checked the countdown timer on my phone to see how many days were left until graduation. Hundreds. Forever. The school had a long memory when it came to the Hollow Girls, and it had been my burden to bear since the month both of my sisters had skipped town. My first class of the day was English. I took my usual seat at the front of the classroom, by the window, my annotated copy of Frankenstein open on my desk, its pages rifled with a rainbow of multicolored sticky notes. I'd read it twice in preparation for this class, carefully underlining passages and making notes, trying to find the patterns, the key. My English teacher, Mrs. Thistle, was deeply conflicted by this behavior. On the one hand, a student who did the assigned reading, all of them, always, frequently, more than once, was something of a phenomenon. On the other hand, a student who wanted the right answer for a work of literature sent her half mad. It was drizzling outside. A flicker of strange movement caught my eye as I set up my things, and I looked through the glass over the wet gulch of grass between the buildings. There, in the distance, was the man in the bull skull, watching me. And that's the end of chapter 3. Do you imagine setting up, getting ready for class, and looking out the window and just seeing someone with a bull skull on his head staring at you? Pretty frightening. Holy moly. Yeah. Pretty frightening, I think. Actually, let me hydrate before I go on to chapter 4. Sorry, but I'm summoning Maharago. Please and thank you. I'll hydrate too. Cheers. Okay. Cheers, chat. Everyone hydrate. Get your water in. Okay. Let's continue. Oh my god, I gotta go refill my water. Please do. Please do. Hydration is important. Salud. Yes, salud. I need to refill too. Oh my gosh. Alright, you guys, go refill. Alright, let's pick up. Listen, my thirst can only be so quenched. Let me keep my thoughts to myself. Let me keep my thoughts to myself. Okay. Yeah, not in the ASMR voice. I mean, proceed. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. I could be so evil to you right now if I really wanted to. Proceed with reading? Gee. You've got me thinking some thoughts here. Okay, I'll proceed with the reading. I'll proceed. Chapter 4. I stood so suddenly and with such force that my desk toppled forward, my books and pens spilling across the floor. The entire class, startled by the sudden violent intrusion on the tedium of the school day, went silent and turned to stare at me. I was wide-eyed, dragging breaths, my heart punching inside my chest. "Iris," said Mrs. Thistle, alarmed, "are you okay?" "Don't get too close to her," Justine Kahn said to our teacher. I had once thought she was beautiful, and she probably still was if you couldn't see past the veneer of her skin to the pool of venom stagnating beneath. She now wore her curtain of dark hair long and straight and carried a brush in her backpack to groom it at recess. It was so shiny and so well cared for that it was almost embarrassing. It also served the double purpose of concealing the scars my fingernails had left on either side of her neck when she kissed me. Everyone knows she's bites. There was some titters of laughter, but most people seemed too rattled to know how to react. I needed an excuse, a cover, to get out of there. I'm gonna be sick, I said as I knelt to shove my things into my bag. I left my desk and chair where they lay. Go to the sick bay, Miss Thessel instructed, but I was already halfway out the door. Another good thing about being a shameless teacher's pet, they never doubted you if you said you were sick. Once clear of the classroom, I slung my backpack over my shoulder and bolted for the spot outside where I'd seen the man, in the shadowy slip of space between the buildings. First, hold on. I'm interrupting the reading. Don't ever do this. Don't do this. Jello! Jello, thank you for the raid! Oh my god, what impeccable timing you have. I just interrupted myself. Oh my god, Echo? Echo? Wait, hold on, 2 raids? 2 raids at once? Oh my god, 2 raids at once! You guys! Holy shit! Thank you! Thank you so much! Hi, Echo! Hello! Thank you for the raid! Thank you so much! Hello! And Jello, thank you so much for the raid as well! Oh my god, my pookies! Hello, hello, welcome! Welcome in. Raiders, if any of you guys don't know me, my name is Casket. I'm a friendly ghost VTuber. Wonderful to have you all here. Welcome to the afterlife. Thank you guys so much for all of the new follows. Please help yourself to a daily piece of fruit. Pick out a nice tombstone for yourself. I play a lot of variety games usually. I really love dating sims and RPGs. But today we are starting a new book. Today we started House of Hollow. I think it's been a grand old time. Did you guys have fun? I need to scroll to figure out what you guys were playing. Hold on. Hello, Jello wifey, how are you? You know what, I'm putting the raid message in the pinned. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Echo, what were you playing? Hold on, I'm gonna scroll to figure it out. Hold on. Star Rail. Oh, Star Rail. Oh, Echo, I didn't know you played Star Rail. Oh my goodness. I need to get back into Star Rail. We're Hoyo fans here, so you are among friends. I'm raiding and lurking. Have a great time at the reading. Thank you. I was reading. You were? Oh my god, you were! Oh. Damn. I bet that sounded amazing. 2 weeks till you can claim a message from Finan. Oh, true. I need to do that. Thank you guys so much for the raids. If any of you raiders have to raid and run, I totally understand. Your health is important, okay? If you need rest, please feel free to rest. But if you would like to stick around for the cozy vibes, feel free. I was reading Cemetery Boys. Ooh. Oh, Jello, I'm gonna have to check out your VOD. Thank you for the posture check, Raven. And the hydrate. Hold on, let me put the book down. I'll do that for you. And then we'll get back into reading. Thank you, guys. Okay, posture has been checked. Let me hydrate. Oh, gosh. Thank you guys so much for the raids. Much appreciated. Okay. Where were we, chat? Let's see. Oh yeah, I was interrupting the reading to tell you guys if a strange man is staring at you from a window, don't leave to go after him. Don't do that. That's dangerous. Do not do what the main character is doing, okay? You were using your ASMR voice on, reading. Crimson, are you baiting me? I think you're baiting me. Okay. Where were we? Once clear of the classroom, I slung my backpack over my shoulder and bolted for the spot outside where I'd seen the man, in the shadowy slip of space between two buildings. The day was gray, grim, typical London. Muddy water flicked up the back of my socks as I ran. I could already see from afar that there was no one there now, but I kept running until I stood where he stood. The air around me was dank with the smell of smoke and wet animal. I could see into my classroom through the mist of rain. I called Gray. I needed to hear her voice. She'd always been good at calming me down. It went to voicemail. She must be on the plane from Paris already. I left a message. Hey, call me back when you land. I'm kind of freaking out. I think someone's following me. Okay, bye. Reluctantly, I called Vivi. I knew you'd change your mind, she said after one ring. I haven't. Oh, well, this is awkward. Turn around. I turned. In the distance, in the car park, I could see her waving. Ugh, I said. I've got to go. Some weird woman is stalking me. At 19, my middle sister was as tattooed, pierced, clove cigarette-smoking bass player with a blonde buzz cut, a zigzag nose, and a smirk so sharp it could cut right through you. When I reached her in the school parking lot, she was lounging on the hood of some teacher's red midlife crisis car, unbothered by the rain. Despite just landing from Budapest, she carried no luggage but a small leather backpack. She was dressed like that old cake song, in a short skirt and long jacket. 2 years ago, when Gray's scar had become the season's hottest fashion accessory and teenage girls had started carving half moons into their necks, Vivi had covered hers with a wisteria tattoo that unfurled across her collarbones, her back, halfway down her arms. Her tongue was pierced, her nose was pierced, and her ears probably contained enough metal to melt a bullet. Gray was high fashion, but Vivi was pure rock and roll. I looked her up and down. Lose your way to the Mad Max set, Furiosa. She let her black eye linger on me while she took a long drag from her cigarette. Few people could pull off a shaved head and a gross smoking habit and still manage to look like a siren, but Vivi could. Like you can talk, Hermione. I thought of the cake song again. A voice that is dark, like tinted glass. Oh, sick burn, I said, shaking my head. Your mind is slipping in your old age. We both laughed then. Vivi slid off the car and pulled me into a bear hug. I could feel the tensile strength of her muscles beneath the heavy curtains of her coat. She could handle herself. She'd been serious about self-defense classes, ever since that guy had tried to pull her into his car. It's good to see you, kid, she said. God, you smell terrible. What is that? Ah! Vivi wafted air from under her armpits in my direction. That noxious stench would be Gray's perfume. Hollow, by Gray Hollow, was her scent, the one she stitched in little vials into her couture. For Christmas 2 years ago, she sent me a bottle of perfume that smelled like smoke and forest, with something wild and rotten scratched beneath it. One sniff made me drop to my knees, gagging. Like everything that Gray Hollow made, it became a bestseller. Fashion magazines called it heady and cryptic. Gray sent a carton of the vile stuff to my school, a fuck you, look at me now gift for every teacher who'd ever given her grief. They wore it like drugstore perfume. It clung to their hair and clothing, a damp green aura. It seemed to sweep other scents into its orbit and take them hostage. Hints of curdled milk and wood rot tugging at the edge of the perfume whenever the heating climbed too high. Classrooms stank of it. Nobody else seemed to mind the smell. How many of your friends said no to meeting you today before you called me? I asked, though we both knew that, much like me, Vivi had no friends in London. Like 5 or 6 max, Vivi said. Everyone's getting jobs. It's disgusting. So are you coming or not? I can't just leave school. You can. I should know. I did it every day. Yes, well, some of us want to go to university. Besides, Kate will freak out if I cut. It was hard enough getting permission to come to your gig. You know what she's like. Kate's codependence on you and your respect for authority are equally repulsive. Give me your phone. Vivi guessed my password. 16 for Gray's birthday, 29 for Vivi's, 11 for my birthday, and then called our mother, who picked up immediately. No, Kate, nothing's wrong. Vivi rolled her eyes. I'm kidnapping Iris for the day. We locked eyes on the word kidnapping. I shook my head. She's not going to be at school, so don't flip out when you check your creepy privacy-invading tracker, okay? Yes, I know. No, Gray isn't here. It's just Iris and me, I promise. I will. I know. Yes, Kate, I know. She's safe with me, okay? Yeah, I'm going to crash at home after the show. I'm looking forward to seeing you too. Love you. Vivi hung up and threw my phone back at me. Done. Easy. I wondered what Kate's reaction would be if Gray showed up at my school unannounced and tried to pull me out of classes for the day. There would probably already be police sirens screaming in the distance. Kidnapping? I said. Really? Stellar word choice. It was an accident. Oh shit, incoming. Mrs. Thistle was hurrying towards us. Iris, she said, I was on my way to check on you. Are you feeling better? Oh, I said. No, I think I need to go home. I pointed at Vivi. Mrs. Thistle gaze slid to my sister. Hello, Vivian, she said flatly. Hello, Thistle, Vivi replied with a wave, which she then turned around into a middle finger. Mrs. Thistle poured her lips and went back to the way she came, shaking her head. Vivi hadn't been the easiest student. I smacked her in the stomach with the back of my hand. Vivi, I said. What? No matter how many times I tell that old hag my name is just Vivi, she insists on calling me Vivian. Plus, she failed me in English. Yeah, because you never ever went to English. Allegedly. I rolled my eyes. Have you heard from Gray today? No, not for a few days. I tried calling her when I landed, but her phone must be out of juice. She knows the plan, though. Come on, let's go get food and wait for our terribly busy but important sister to grace us with her presence. Vivi slammed through the day, chain-smoking clove cigarettes and drinking spiked Earl Grey teas from a flask. I forgot how much fun she could be. After lunch at a kebab shop, we spent the afternoon crashing her favorite London haunts, guitar shops on Denmark Street, vintage shops in Camden, Flaming Eight's tattoo studio in Kentish Town, where she spent a good 15 minutes trying to convince me to get a full sleeve. We snacked on croissants and slices of sourdough pizza, and Vivi told me all about the 6 months since I'd last seen her. The European tour through Germany and Hungary and the Czech Republic, the gigs in ruined bars and abandoned warehouses and empty swimming pools, the beautiful European women she'd bedded along the way, in more detail than I cared to hear. The time Gray was supposed to meet us came and went. It almost felt strange to spend time alone with my middle sister, just the two of us, all our lives, even after Vivi and Gray had moved out. Whenever we met up, it was almost always the three of us, always a set, never a pair. Without Gray, I felt somehow unanchored, like the internal hierarchy of our sisterhood had collapsed into chaos. We all knew our roles. Gray was the boss, the leader, the captain, the one who took charge and made decisions and forged ahead. Vivi was the fun assistant, the suggester of mischief, the teller of jokes, the wild one. But even with her penchant for anarchy and dislike for authority, she always fell in line behind Gray. I half expected the reason Vivi had set off on her own at 15 was to escape Gray's iron rule. My role was to be the youngest, the baby, a thing to be protected. My sisters were kinder and gentler to me than they were to each other. Gray rarely pulled me into line the way she did Vivi. Vivi rarely snapped and yelled at me the way she did Gray. As afternoon turned into evening, we sent her pictures on WhatsApp of us hanging out without her. Of all the fun she was missing, it was a special kind of sisterly punishment. Gray hated being left out. Hated us embarking on plans that had not been sanctioned by her in advance. She was a general, and we were her small but fierce, loyal army. If Gray jumped off a bridge, would you? my mother asked me once as she splintered my broken pinky finger. Gray had broken her pinky hours before, so I found a hammer in my father's pottery shed and used it to shatter my own. It was a question without answer. It was not a question at all. I didn't follow my sister. I was my sister. I breathed when she breathed. I blinked when she blinked. I felt pain when she felt pain. If Gray was going to jump off a bridge, I was going to be there with her, holding her hand. Of course, of course, of course. In the evening, we met up with Vivi's bandmates for dinner before the gig. Candace, a hard-drinking German with a voice like Janis Joplin, and Laura, the Danish drummer, who looked like a pixie and played drums like a banshee. I'd had something of a crush on her since I'd first seen her play, on a weekend trip to Prague 6 months ago. Gray had met us there, and we'd spent 2 nights wandering the labyrinthine stone alleyways of the old town, eating nothing but trundlenik and drinking nothing but absinthe. I have no idea what this word is, chat. Let's just interrupt for a second. It is spelled Trdelnik. Trdelnik? Yeah, what the fuck? How am I supposed to say that? Trendlenik? Trendlenik? No fucking idea. I find this place of specters and ghastlies being pleasant? I'll crawl out here from time to time. Oh, thank you, Raven. That's a lovely message. Thank you so much. Oh, gosh. Okay. Googling, be right back. Yeah, I don't know. I know it's a food. But I don't know if I'm saying it right. Either way. Pronounced turdelnik. Turdelnik. Oh. Popular sugary chimney cake, often in Prague. Oh, so like a turtleneck. Oh. Interesting. Okay. When we'd watched the band play at a red-lit basement bar, Gray had mouthed the words to each of their songs. It was one of the things I loved most about her. You might not see her for months, and then she'd show up and know every word to every song you've written and recite them back to you like they were Shakespearean poetry. Gray didn't just know I got good grades. She contacted my teachers and requested to read every essay I handed in, and then commented on their merits the next time we met up. So where was she now? For dinner, we ate bowls of spicy chicken karaage at Vivi's favorite pub, the Lady Hamilton, named after the famous 18th century muse and mistress Emma Hart. Vivi's first ever tattoo had been George Romney's painting Emma Hart at Circe, a soft beauty with round eyes, pouting lips, and hair whipped around by the wind. I wasn't sure if Vivi had discovered the pub or the woman first, but either way, whenever she came to London, we inevitably ended up eating here. Inside the pub was warm and cozy, the walls and furniture all dark wood, the roof of lattice, a Bordeaux cornice, and ceiling roses. Candles dripped white wax onto our table as we ate. Vivi slipped me a sneaky glass of house red wine, another difference between my sisters, the budgets. If Gray was here, we'd likely be eating the tasting menu at Sketch and knocking back 20-pound cocktails like they were candy. I thought about the classes I ate the next day. All the prep work I was missing out on by taking a night off. I thought about the skin of Laura's neck and what it might taste like if I kissed her. I thought about how young I looked in my uniform. I thought about the horned man and how Vivi couldn't be in town for 10 minutes before weird shit started happening. After dinner, we wandered down Kentish Town Road towards Camden, past convenience stores and late-night barbers and the hot oil smell that lingered around the doorway of chicken shops. Even on a weekend night in winter, the streets around Camden Town Station were humming with people. A punk in a leather jacket and a fluorescent orange mohawk was charging tourists £1 for photographs. A vape company handed out free tester kits to the crowds coming home from work or heading to the nearby market for food. Revelers spilled out of honey-lit bars, couples held hands on their way to the Oden cinema, shoppers carried bags of groceries from M&S and Salisbury and Whole Foods. Vivi's band, Sisters of the Sacred, had been booked to play at the Jazz Cafe, which, contrary to what its name would suggest, was not actually a jazz cafe, but rather a nightclub, live music venue in an old Barclay bank. Its white columns and arched windows gave it a faux Grecian vibe, and blue neon letters loudly declared it London's famous jazz venue. There was a line out the front already, despite the cold, which made Vivi and her bandmates stop. "Oh my," Laura said. "Are we famous now?" Sisters of the Sacred was semi-well known in the underground scene of Europe's coolest, grungiest cities, but they certainly weren't famous. Not in the way that Gray was famous. Vivi stared at the line and lit a cigarette. I may have told the venue manager that my sister and a gaggle of scantily dressed supermodels would come and watch our show if they booked us. "This is the correct term for a multitude of supermodels?" Candace asked. "Gaggle?" "It is indeed, Candace. Pimping out your own sister for exposure is a bit morally bankrupt," I said. "Supermodels were invented to sell shit to people," Vivi said. "What's the point of being a direct blood relative to one if I don't occasionally utilize her for profit?" "Oh my god, Iris." A hand waved frantically from the line. "Here!" Jennifer Ware and Justine Kahn were standing close to the front. Jennifer was the one waving at me. Justine had her arms crossed and was staring straight ahead, her jaw set tight. "Friends of yours," Vivi muttered, as Jennifer ducked out of the line and tugged Justine after her. "Mortal enemies, actually," I murmured back. "Oh my god, I'd hoped we'd run into you," Jennifer said. "We got here early and have been waiting in line for an hour now." "Big fans of the band?" Vivi asked. "Oh, sure, yeah," Jennifer said. Vivi's glaze slid to Justine. "You look familiar." My sister clicked her fingers and pointed at her. "I know! You're the girl who shaved her head in front of the whole school. That was so metal." Vivi reached out and curled a lock of Justine's long hair around her finger. "It's a shame you let it grow out. I much preferred it short." "Don't fucking touch me, witch," Justine snapped. She turned and stormed toward an Italian restaurant across the road. "Justine! Justine!" Jennifer called. "Sorry about her. I don't know what her problem is." Jennifer turned back to me. "Is your sister here? Is she coming?" "I'm her sister," Vivi offered. "I think she's coming," I said. "We haven't heard from her today." "Do you think you'll go to Cuckoo afterwards?" Jennifer asked. "Oh my god, do you think Tyler Yang will be there?" "Cuckoo? Only the coolest and most ultra-exclusive nightclub in London, duh. It's impossible for regular humans to get in, but Gray and Tyler go all the time when she's here." A slow, sharp smile spread across Vivi's face. She despised when people talked about our sister like they knew her. Gray was ours. She belonged to us. "We'll be sure to let you know," she said, maintaining the smile. "See you later." Jennifer was apparently unaware that she'd been dismissed. "Oh, actually, I kind of lost my place in line. Do you think I could come in with you? I would love to see backstage." Vivi took one long, last drag of her cigarette and let the clove-scented smoke blow in Jennifer's face. "Do you know any of our music? Or are you just here to starfuck Gray? Can you name one song?" Jennifer stumbled over her words. I don't think... That's not fair. Actually," Vivi said as she stubbed out her cigarette with her boot, "what's our band called?" Again, Jennifer made gasping fish sounds. "Yeah, that's what I thought," Vivi said. "Back in line." "Ah, classic Vivi, making friends wherever she goes," Laura mused as the bouncers opened the door for us and we made our way inside. Vivi threw her arm around her bandmate's shoulder and swaggered into the club like the rock star she was. "Starfuckers never change," she said, oblivious to the fact that I would be the one who would have to face said starfucker, now glaring at me with her arms crossed, and her henchwoman at school tomorrow. We hung out backstage while the supporter acts warmed up the crowd. Then, when Sisters of the Sacred took the stage and Gray was still MIA, I messaged her. They're starting. Where are you? It was weird for her not to have seen my previous messages. Vivi could go weeks without checking social media, but Gray was chained to it. I opened Instagram. My account was set to private, but I had thousands of message requests. Everybody wants a piece of you when your sister is famous. Or rather, they want a piece of your sister, and they want you to deliver it to them. Ghouls haunted my Instagram, my Facebook, hungry for a filtered taste of her. You go to school with my cousin. I think you're so hot. Send me a pic of you naked, beautiful. Or your sister if you're too shy. Tell Gray that if she breaks Tyler's heart, I will literally kill her. Literally. Hey, I have a theory about what happened to you as a kid. Have you considered the possibility that you were abducted by aliens? My best friend's great uncle works in Area 51, and she says she has proof. I can share the details for a low price. Message me back. I know you will probably never read this, but I feel like I am destined to become a catwalk model, and I would really appreciate you passing my headshots on to your sister. Etc. etc. I checked Gray's page to see if she'd posted recently. Gray Hollow Supermodel, the 1980 million followers. 1980 million. There were pictures of her with other supermodels, pictures of her on magazine covers, pictures of her backstage at concerts with pop stars, pictures of her on yachts, pictures of her with her model boyfriend, Tyler Yang, at some pink-lit club, Cuckoo, I guessed, in Mayfair. Gray had first told me about Tyler 6 months ago on our trip to Prague. After we'd each drunk a few shots of absinthe from delicate glasses, we sat close together at a booth in a nightclub, warm and glittery on the inside from the alcohol and the warm wood. Her head rested on my shoulder as we watched Vivi move on the dance floor with a girl she'd met at the bar. Gray held up her left hand and held up my right, and we pressed our fingertips together in an arch. I felt her heartbeat in my skin, in my chest, felt the strong thread that bound us together. I think I'm in love with him, she said quietly, her breath carrying a trace of sugar and anise. I could hear the smile in her voice. I already knew she loved him. I had known it since the day before, when we'd met at Václav Havel Airport, and I'd hugged her for the first time in months. She'd smelled different. She'd smelled softer, somehow. It suited her. Being in love made her even more intoxicating. I was surprised and unsurprised in equal measure. Unsurprised because I already knew they were together. I'd seen paparazzi shots of them holding hands on the front of tabloid magazines, and Tyler had started to appear more and more frequently in her Instagram stories. Surprised because Gray had never had a real boyfriend before. Only lovers whose interest for her was a short time, and unlike Vivi, who frequently offered the details of her love and sex life, Gray was a locked box. She shared no more than morsels. Tyler Yang, I'd asked her, and she nodded sleepily. He's quite special, she continued. You'll know what I mean when you meet him. The meeting had yet to happen, but maybe it would tonight if she bothered showing up. Gray's last post was from 5 days ago, an image of her in a green tulle gown, lounging against a red banister with a glass of champagne in her hand, her skin saturated fluorescent pink lights, her blonde head wreathed in baby's breath. Hashtag TBT London Fashion Week, caption read. The location was tagged as the Cuckoo Club. Just over 15 million people had liked it. There were 2 levels inside of Jazz Cafe. The lower level was the stage. The audience pressed up closer to it, the band soaked in orange light and laser beams. Overhead, a mezzanine restaurant and bar wrapped around the space for those who preferred sipping wine to get doused with beer in the mosh pit. I spotted JJ sitting at a round table, both looking sullen. Gray wasn't there for the first song, or the second, or the third. Candace moved across the stage with Mick Jagger swagger, sex on legs, and I watched Laura, a thimble of a woman with Bambi eyes, transform into a she-beast as she attacked her drums, hair in her face, sweat and spit flying, her t-shirt riding up to reveal a soft slip of stomach. The crowd was loving the band, but by fourth song I was distracted, worried. I kept looking around for my eldest sister, sure she would sneak up behind me and put her hands over my eyes at any moment. But she didn't show. Then, somewhere towards the end of the gig, something happened. On stage, Vivi stopped playing her bass and let her arms fall slack to her sides. She was staring at someone, or something, in the crowd behind me. A veil over her eyes. I turned to look at what she was fixated on, but the room was dark and crowded. Laura and Candace exchanged confused glances and tried to catch Vivi's attention, without any luck. Vivi was frozen, wide-eyed, drawing quick, shallow breaths through her stuttering mouth. Candace moved across the stage as she sang and nudged Vivi, who blinked ferociously and shook her head. She found my eyes in the crowd. A tear slipped down her cheek. I knew then that something was very, very wrong. Vivi swallowed and picked up her instrument again. The band played 2 more songs, but Vivi's heart wasn't in it, and she kept making mistakes. When the crowd called for an encore after the last song, only Candace and Laura came on to do an acoustic cover. I made my way through the crowd and slipped backstage. Vivi was sucking on a cigarette like it was hooked up to an oxygen tank, her head between her knees. "Jesus," I said. I ran to the sink and wet a cloth, and then draped it over the peach fuzz crown of her skull. "What the hell happened out there? Are you okay?" I don't know. A necklace of saliva sagged from her open mouth and drooped to the floor between her feet. I think I had a panic attack. "You saw something," I said. Vivi shook her head. "Yes, you did," I pushed. What did you see?" She sat up straight. Her lips were tinted faint blue and her skin was clammy with sweat. "A man. Except not a man. A dude with a bull skull over his head." I stood up and took out my phone. "I'm calling the cops." "What? No, Iris, seriously. It was dark. I probably was hallucinating. I saw him today too. Twice. He was at my school. Tall, shirtless dude cosplaying a decomposing demon minotaur." "What?" "Yeah. So no, you weren't hallucinating. Some freak stalker from the internet has decided to try and scare us like that woman who broke in when we were kids, and I'm not putting up with that." Vivi frowned. "Iris, you know this is not that, right?" I hesitated. No?" I recognized the way he smelled. I can't explain it. It felt familiar. I stared at my sister for a long time, and then at my phone, which still showed no notification from our eldest sister. "Where's Gray, Vivi? Why isn't she here?" "I don't know." "Gray doesn't miss these things. If she says she's going to do something, she does it. If she's not going to come to us, we're going to her." And that's the end of chapter 4. Things are happening. Things are happening. Hi, Jason. Nice to see you. Welcome in. Welcome to the afterlife, friend. Don't forget to claim your daily piece of fruit. Lovely to have you. The fact that someone else saw him, oh my god. Right? But it's her sister, though. But it's her sister, so, you know, there's still a chance only they could see him. Still a chance. Who do you think he is? The sister people want pics of, which is a choice. What do you mean, a choice? Sorry, I have something in my eye. Got something in your... Yeah, I do. Take your time. Thank you. I to readjust my headphones too. I don't know. What do you think? What do you think about this guy? Do you think he's from a different place? Do you think he's just a guy cosplaying Gray's outfits? My honest reaction, I feel like it's shown to seem off-putting, but there's more to him. Yeah, we definitely don't have the full story yet, that's for sure. Okay, let's get into chapter 5, shall we? I think more will be revealed. It's I mean, this is a book that, like, it'll give you answers, but the answers will cause more questions, you know? Definitely that. Definitely that. I like that sometimes. Me too. Me too. Please keep me guessing, because I have a tendency to ruin stories for myself, so. Okay. Okay. Chapter 5. We slipped out the back entrance of Jazz Cafe while Laura and Candace were still on stage, then hurried towards the crowded mouth of Camden Town Station, checking over our shoulder the whole way that we weren't being followed by whoever, or whatever, was stalking us. Vivi was still rattled. On the train, she breathed into her cupped hands to settle her stomach. It took a few stops before the color started returning to her cheeks, and dots of sweat stopped rising from her forehead. We emerged from the underground at Leicester Square into a world in which Vivi no longer belonged. In Camden, her tattoos and piercings didn't look out of place, but here, as we hurried past crowds of tourists and chain restaurants and kiosks selling tickets for Matilda and Magic Mike, she was an oddity. We let ourselves into Gray's apartment building with the key codes she'd sent us when she bought the flat a year ago, though she was so infrequent in London that neither Vivi nor I had ever actually visited yet. Horrible images slotted into my thoughts as we caught the lift up to the penthouse, one after another, like an old-fashioned slide projector. Gray, OD'd on her bathroom floor. Gray, murdered by the man in the bull skull. When we opened the front door, though, we found the place neat and vast and impersonal. City lights seeped through floor-to-ceiling windows that looked over the Thames. The London eye turned slowly in the distance. There were no signs of anything weird. In fact, there were very few signs that anyone lived here at all. A couple of coffee table books about fashion, but no bookshelves stuffed to bursting with dark fairy tales Gray had loved most as a teenager. A sleek galley kitchen of gloss white and marble with floors of polished concrete, but no wood, no warmth, no food. The air tasted bitter, the smack of bleach and ammonia. All the furniture looked as though it had been chosen by an interior designer and then styled and lit for a Vogue photo shoot about bland celebrity homes. It didn't feel like Gray. Gray's brain was chaotic. When she was a teenager, her room had never been clean. Her socks had never matched. She was always at least 15 minutes late to everything. Nothing in her life had ever been neat or ordered. She slammed through the world, a tornado in the form of a girl, and left a trail of destruction behind her. That's what she'd been like at 17, anyway. Maybe becoming a supermodel and fashion designer had changed that, but it seemed as impossible, switching out the bones of your skeleton. Vivi and I moved through the apartment in eerie silence, trailing our fingertips over Gray's possessions. The couches, the mirrors, the clocks and cabinets. It felt clandestine to be in someone else's personal space like this, like I could open any drawer or door or cupboard, and there find my sister's bare, naked soul, neatly folded. A thrill settled over me. Suddenly I was 10 years old again and obsessed with my big sister. Back then, Gray's bedroom had been a temple in wartime, a place of worship I had to sneak into when its guardian was unawares. Whenever I knew she'd be out of the house for a couple of hours, I'd push open the door and start exploring. I only did it when I knew I could take my time. savor the experience. The makeup bag was a favorite, a seemingly bottomless chest of treasure filled with glosses and glitters that left my skin sticky and shellacked. I wanted to live in her skin, to know what it was like to be as beautiful and mysterious as Grey Hollow. But the apartment was not the home of the sister I knew. When Grey daydreamed about running away, it hadn't been to a place like this. It had been to some rich, dark hidey-hole in Budapest or Prague, a place swaddled in velvet and brass. Vivi's request to Grey was that the place have a library. All I wanted was black and white chessboard floors in the kitchen and bathrooms, like I had in all my houses in Sims 4 whenever I played. At 13, I'd considered it the height of opulence. We found neither of those things here. It's like an interior designer masturbated in here, Vivi said, tapping her fingernails against a vase, and came on everything. Gross, but true. None of this is Grey. She must have paid someone to do it. Either that or a reptilian shapeshifter is wearing her skin. I didn't know reptilian shapeshifters were renowned for their interior decorating skills. And that's why you'll never be part of the Illuminati. The master bedroom was something out of a luxury hotel. Chic, modern, soulless. The bed was made with neat hospital corners, and there were no personal items on display. Not so much as a hairbrush or a photograph. I opened the walk-in wardrobe. Here, too, it was painstakingly ordered. Rows and rows of unworn heels, bright as beetlebacks. I ran my fingers over the clothes. Sequins and braided velvet and silk, all heavy and expensive. Oscar de la Renta, Vivian Westwood, Ellie Saab, Grey Hollow. Vivi held up a pair of snakeskin trousers. The reptilian shapeshifter theory is starting to check out. It doesn't look like anyone has been here for weeks, I said. It doesn't look like anyone has been here ever. I suppose she has a cleaner or something. Vivi trailed a finger over a shelf in the wardrobe. There was no dust. Has to be, right? Grey is not this tidy. What do we do now? I asked. Vivi shrugged. I don't know. I don't know if we need to worry. Maybe she never even made it home from Paris. I looked back at Grey's wardrobe. The green tulle gown she wore at Cuckoo Club in her Instagram post from 5 days ago was wedged in there, pressed and lifeless now that it didn't have her body to animate it. If she's in London, I think I know where she might be. It felt like some holy ritual, something I had waited my whole life for. To sit where she sat, to paint my face with her makeup, to slip my body into her clothes, to become Grey. We thumbed through her wardrobe and draped ourselves in her vestments, when Vivi, who was generally unimpressed by fashion until it was ripped or studded, was breathless and giddy at the prospect of unlimited access to Grey's wardrobe. We tried on piece after piece. Eventually I settled on a golden mini dress and a green silk coat that drifted over my skin like cobwebs. Vivi chose a cardinal red power suit with cigarette trousers and lipstick to match. The peach fuzz slicked flat to her skull with shimmering gel. I called Grey again and again during the cab ride to Cuckoo Club, certain that we were overreacting, certain that she would answer my next message, and Vivi and I would spend the rest of the week cringing at our silliness. But Grey never answered, never read any of my messages. We got out of the cab on Regent Street and walked beneath a huge shadowy archway to the back street that Cuckoo called home. Fairy lights were cast over the street like a net, and restaurants still hummed with late-night drinkers and diners huddled beneath outdoor heaters. There was no line outside of the club. The door was unmarked, unassuming. A couple walking in front of us buzzed, and it opened an inch to seep out neon purple light and electro house music. They had a hushed conversation with whoever answered and were turned away. Vivi and I stepped up next. I buzzed. The door was opened by a blonde, Short woman, with eyes like a cat. Sur la liste? She asked, and then she looked at us closely and her mouth fell open a little. We were the ghosts of Grey. Of course she would recognize us. She's not here, she said in English. Her accent was so heavy, her tongue sounded swollen. Do you know where she is? Vivi asked. I told your friend yesterday I haven't seen her. Someone else was looking for her, I asked. Who? The woman's expression darkened. A man. A man who smelled like death and burning. My heartbeat shifted into a higher gear. I thought of the woman who'd slipped through my bedroom window when I was a child and cut off a lock of my hair, and the man who tried to pull Vivi into his car because he read about her on the internet. Did he say why he was looking for her? I pressed. What he wanted? The woman shook her head. I didn't let him in. His eyes, they were black, like ink. I was afraid of him. Vivi and I shared a look and a thought. We need to find her. We want to talk to this guy. I showed the hostess a picture of Ray's boyfriend, Tyler Yang. Is he here? Yes, but it's a private event tonight, she said hesitantly. If you're not on the guest list, I can't. I won't tell if you don't, Vivi said, practically purring. She put a finger against the woman's lips, and that was all it took. The woman closed her eyes at Vivi's touch, dazed and drunk on the heady smell of my sister's skin. With her eyes still shut, she opened her mouth and sucked on Vivi's finger. I had seen my sisters do this thing before. I had done this thing before, too, a couple of times. Though the power of it terrified me. The things I could make people do when they were high on me. When the woman opened her eyes, her pupils were huge and her breath smelled like honey and rotten wood. Vivi stroked her cheek and then leaned in to whisper, You want to let us in. The hostess opened the door, giddy, a dumb smile on her face. Her gaze was fixed on Vivi. In the purple light of the vestibule, I saw what she saw. How frighteningly beautiful my sister was, sharper and skinnier than Gray, like a rapier where Gray was a broadsword. You shouldn't do that to people, I said as we headed down a hall towards the source of the music. A thick bass jumped in my chest. Do what? Vivi asked. Whatever the hell that is. The club, Gray's favorite, if her Instagram was to be believed, was lit from all angles by screaming pink neon. For the private event, the ceiling had been laced with a forest of cherry blossoms that dripped down over the dance floor. Oversized buckets of Dom Perignon with glow-in-the-dark labels gave every table a soft green fluorescence. The bar was gold and glass and framed by a set of sumptuous purple velvet curtains. Drinks were served in tall, impossibly elegant glasses that looked remarkably similar to the tall, impossibly elegant women who drank from them. The crowd was made up of mostly people in the fashion industry. Models, designers, photographers, but I also spotted a famous rapper, an actor, a couple from an American cult TV show, the socialite daughter of an old British rock legend. Many did a double take when they saw us, then leaned together to speak in hushed tones. Keep your eyes peeled for him, I told Vivi. How did you know he'd be here? Gray's here all the time. Tyler is always in her pictures. Tyler Yang was a heavily tattooed Korean-British model who'd gained a reputation in the fashion world for the ease with which his style blurred gender boundaries. Rarely was he seen in something that wasn't daring. Gucci floral suits, bespoke lace blouses, strings of antique pearls, pussy bow shirts, heeled loafers. His eyes were always lined, his lids and lips slick with a candy shop of bright color puffs. Gray's sexuality was a much discussed but ultimately unconfirmed topic of gossip. Was she dating this Victoria's Secret angel, or that new hot leading man? Vivi and I both knew that Gray was straight. It had always been men for her, the same way it had always been women for Vivi. For me, it had always been both. My very first kiss was with Justine Kahn in the game of Spin the Bottle at Jennifer Ware's sleepover. Her mouth had been soft, and her perfume had smelled like lip gloss and vanilla frosting. It was supposed to be a bit of giggling fun, but it lit something inside me. A disco ball in my chest, so insistent hunger somewhere within me that made me want to thread my fingers through her. Then short hair and press my lips against hers. It confirmed something about myself that I had suspected for a while. The kiss did something to Justine, too. Something strange and ugly. She kissed me again, and again, and again, hungry and insistent, until I tried to pull her away and she forced me down, until she bit my lips so hard it burst and bled, until her fingernails raked claw marks into my arms, and I had to start fighting her off, until all the girls who were watching us realized it wasn't a game anymore and had to wrestle her, keening and frothing at the mouth, off me. The story had twisted over time, so now girls at school said I was the one who bit her. I was the one who wouldn't let her go. I was the mad witch who tried to bite her face off. It remained the less terrifying of the two kisses I had endured. There, Vivi said, nodding towards the back wall. Tyler was in a pink velvet booth wedged between a pop star and a supermodel. An ex-Disney teen star hovered nearby, trying to find her way into the conversation. I could see why Gray liked Tyler. The bouffant of black hair tied in a knot at the crown of his skull, the strong line of his jaw, the muscles that moved beneath his tattooed sleeves. Tonight, his brown eyes were rimmed with kohl, his lips shellacked with green lipstick. He wore a sheer lilac blouse and high-waisted trousers, the kind men favored in the 1920s. The glowing Dom Perignon label gave his skin an absinthe quality. The women were beautiful, but Tyler Yang was, like Gray, utterly striking. I licked my lips. Damn, is that who I think it is? Vivi said, eyeing the supermodel. The Victoria's Secret angel, right? I think she just broke up with her girlfriend. Keep it in your pants, I said. We're investigating our sister's mysterious disappearance. This is no time for fraternizing. Says the girl salivating over Tyler Yang. Said missing sister's boyfriend. I'm not salivating. At least not with your mouth. Gross, yet true. Tyler spotted us then. We made and held eye contact across the room. He does not look super pleased to see us, Vivi said. Tyler's expression had fermented into vinegar. He was staring now, his eyes dark and jaw set. He raised a thin finger, curled it towards himself. Come. It appears we're being beckoned, I said. Well, that's all the invitation I need. Vivi pushed past me and made a beeline for the model. Shameless. As we approached the table, however, Tyler had a quiet word with the woman, and they rose and made their way towards the bar. Two goddesses, draped in starlight. No. Why are they going away? Vivi said, staring after the women as they glided through the crowd. My phone pinged in my hand. I glanced at the screen, but the message was from my mother, not Gray. Shit. In all the panic of trying to find Gray, I'd forgotten about my curfew. Heading home soon, I messaged Kate, and then I turned on airplane mode so she wouldn't show up at the club to escort me home. Little hollows, Tyler said, looking from Vivi to me. You have to be. We're Gray's sisters, I said as we sat. If she sent you to apologize, I'm not interested in hearing it. Apologize for what? Vivi asked. Oh, you know, for being a lying, cheating witch. Vivi raised her eyebrows. I pressed my teeth together. We both hated that word. We're here because we can't find Gray, she said. We're worried she might be missing. Tyler laughed, though not kindly. No, she's not. When did you last see her? I asked. I don't know, a few days ago when we broke up. I suppose I haven't seen her since then. You broke up? Vivi asked. Yes. Why? Did you fight? That's usually what happens when people break up. Vivi's jaw tilted down. There was still the ghost of a smile on her lips, but her eyes were sharp, going in for the kill. Did you get angry? The way she asked it, it was almost like she was flirting. Did you hurt her? Tyler stirred his drink. I don't like where this is going. He tried to stand then, but Vivi grabbed him by the collar and pulled him down. She sidled up close to him and hooked her leg over his thigh. To anyone watching, it would look flirtatious, not threatening. You're the first person the police are going to come after, if we call them, said Vivi, her lips close to Tyler's ear. I sat up straighter at the word police. Vivi was bluffing, surely. It wasn't that serious yet, was it? The ex-boyfriend. You know it's true. So tell us what happened. She stroked his cheek, but whatever cloying spell she'd used on the hostess, it wasn't working on him. He's quite special, Gray had told me. You'll know what I mean when you meet him. Is this what she meant? Tyler looked the way I felt. Afraid. Whoa. Police? Why are you getting them involved? Because we can't find her, you idiot, Vivi said. Gray is uncontactable. The hostess here tonight said a weird dude was looking for her. Something might have happened to her. Gray is always disappearing. That's nothing new. What do you mean? I asked. For days at a time, she disappears off the face of the earth, okay? Won't answer calls, misses work, dates, fittings. Everyone else gotten used to it. It was part of her mystery. Would she show up? Wouldn't she? All very exciting. But it sucks when you're dating her. Your sister was a lousy girlfriend. Vivi prickled. Be very careful what you say about her. Why? Would I badmouth her if I'd done anything to her? No. I mean it. Gray was a bad girlfriend. There was something else. Someone else, I assume. That's why we broke up. That's probably who she's with right now. Gray cheated on you? I asked. It didn't sound like her. Gray was wild, sure, but not flippant. Especially not with other people's hearts. Well, she didn't admit it to my face. But what else am I supposed to assume? Where does she go when she disappears? All I know is when she was here, she was only ever here halfway. If I was lucky. We were together for a year, and I feel like I barely scratched the surface of who she was. She kept so many secrets, so much of herself compartmentalized, especially the occult stuff. Vivi and I exchanged glances. Tyler had our attention, and he knew it. Oh, I suppose you don't know much about that, do you? He said. I don't either, really. All I know is that one time she let me come to her apartment, it was the creepiest place I've ever been, full of weird shit. Dead things, dark magic. Gray thinks she's some kind of witch. We were at her apartment tonight, I said. There was nothing like that there. Everybody keeps secrets. Little Hollow. Perhaps your big sister has been keeping more secrets from you than you realize. It was no surprise to me that Gray was still interested in the occult. It had been that way all her teenage years. Gray liked things that were obscure and dangerous. Older men, drugs, seances in graveyards, heavy leather-bound books that smelled of chocolate and promised spells to commune with demons. What did you fight about when you broke up? Vivi asked Tyler. I saw a man leaving her apartment, he replied. Vivi and I shared another look. That was the final straw. Did he... Vivi began. How does one phrase this? Was he, perchance, some kind of minotaur with all the flesh stripped off the bones of his face? Tyler stared at her for a few moments, then smiled. I think we're done here, little hollows, he said as he finished his drink and shrugged on his velvet jacket. When you find Gray, tell her that I hate her. And with that, he stood up and was gone. And that's the end of chapter 5. So hi Foxy, welcome in. Hello Floofsy, nice to see you. When you find Gray, hate on her anatomy, oh my fucking god. Such a good chapter, I know, right? That was a great chapter. Legit? Fucking Tyler. I mean, he's let's try to think of it subjectively, right? He thinks he's been cheated on. I don't know. He's just some dude that saw a guy leave her house, you know? I get it, you know, objectively. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Welcome to the afterlife, friend. Don't forget to claim your daily piece of fruit. But fair? Yeah, I mean, he doesn't know. Also, you know, up until this point in the book, he's not, I mean, let's try to think about it like this, right? If you're dating someone and they're so distant and they're not, like, communicating with you, they're not telling you, you just disappear and then come back and act like nothing's wrong, I don't know that I would have lasted a year and a half. I definitely would have broke up with her after 6 months. At least. At least, you know? Maybe even sooner than that if it was really bad. Oh, for sure, like, yeah, it seems toxic to me. I need somewhat consistent communication, yeah. Hi, Artie. Hello, welcome in, friend. Nice to see you. I hope you're well today. Or tonight. It is almost midnight for me. Alright, I'm gonna hydrate before we get into the next chapter. I just want to hate on Tyler for the bit. Oh, I see. I mean, he sounds hot, so it's really hard for me to hate on him. Like, I get it. Now, if the sign starts showing earlier, I'm gonna straight up go, let's break up. Yeah, exactly. And I kind of think he was within his rights to break up with her, if that was how he was being treated, you know? And I mean, I don't know, maybe I could pick up the pieces for him, you know? Sorry, I couldn't not take it there. He sounds hot. Casket while reading a book in her own voice, which means she sounds hot. Oh my god. Be careful adding these quotes. Everyone in the server can see what you're doing. And? Okay, true. Okay, true and fair. Okay, true and fair. You're just simping hardcore today, that's all. When has that ever stopped me? Never. Never. Okay. It's not simping if it's reciprocated. You behave, Crimson. Okay. It's Crimmy Cass. What do you expect from the dragon? I plead the fifth. Okay. You guys ready? Alright. Chapter 6. I had 7 missed calls and a dozen messages from my mother when we left the club. All of them dinging into my phone at once when I turned airplane mode off. Damn, I whispered as I tapped Kate's name to call her, my heart fast and swollen with guilt. Our mother is going to kill me. Iris. Kate said instantly. I could taste the panic on her tongue, a sour scent that made my stomach crumple. I'm so sorry. Vivi and I were walking to the tube, the cold stripping the skin of my legs, turning me inside out. I'm okay. We're heading home now. How could you do that to me? My mother demanded. How could you do that to me? I'm sorry, I'm okay. I'm at work. I almost called the police. I'm okay, Mama. I hadn't meant to say it. Sometimes it just slipped out. I could hear Kate breathing on the other end of the line. I see you guys in chat, okay? I might be reading, but I see you guys. Oh my god. Please don't call me that, I said quietly. Oh, please don't call me that. She said quietly. You know I don't like that. I'm sorry. Go home. Immediately. I'm sorry. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Her mom doesn't want to be called Mom? I feel like you see me. I do see you. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Please don't call me that, she said quietly. You know I don't like that. I'm sorry. Go home immediately. We were on our way already. We'll be there in about half an hour. I'll message you when we're there. I hung up. The cold had sent my fingers numb, and I struggled to bend them enough to slip my phone into my coat pocket. I could feel Vivi staring at me, disapprovingly. Iris, she said. Don't say anything, I snapped. What is Kate going to do next year when you go to university, huh? Move to Oxford or Cambridge with you? We've been looking at places, and she's been putting some feelers out for jobs. Are you kidding me? It's not like we'll be living together, just close by, just so I can see her from time to time and so she doesn't feel... Iris. Look, it's easy for you to lecture me. You're never here. I'm all she has left, okay? I have to be everything for her, every day. Kate Hollow had suffered more grief in her lifetime than most people. Her parents had died suddenly, a terrible thing had happened to her children, her husband had lost his mind, and then his will to live, and then her eldest daughter had left home so young and all but cut off contact with her. I couldn't understand the way my sisters treated her sometimes, like she was a stranger. All Kate wanted was to be needed. I'm all she has left, I said again, softer this time. It seemed like the least I could do, to let her track me on an app and braid my hair like she had when I was little. That's a pretty heavy burden to bear, Vivi said, being everything for someone. Yeah, well, aren't you lucky you don't have to carry it? Vivi placed her hand in the middle of my back, between my shoulder blades. I felt the warmth of her skin through the silken fabric, felt the cord of power that connected us, blood to blood, soul to soul. The knot of panic that had been tingling somewhere between my ribs and throat started to come undone. Come on, kid, Vivi said. Let's get you home. We caught the northern line back to the golden green, and the late-night commuters drinking in my bare legs and collarbones with big, hungry eyes. I felt like a thing to be devoured, sucked down to the marrow. I shrank in my seat and tried to stretch my short dress a little farther over my thighs. The tube rattled and squealed. The woman sitting next to me smelled of sweet alcohol, her breath a cloud of fruit and sugar. The curved windows on the other side of the train carriage reflected a strange beast back at me. There were two irises, one my regular reflection, one upside down, both joined together at the skull, a creature with two mouths, two noses, and a shared pair of eyes, empty black ovals distorted and made huge by the curve in the glass. Vivi and I walked home together along our well-trod path, past the red double-decker buses at the station exit, along a long, straight street lined with low houses with darkened lead light windows. We had always come this way, even though the route to our house was faster through the back streets, because the main road was brightly lit and busy. We knew all too well what could happen to girls on poorly lit streets at night, because it had happened to us. And then again, all girls knew that. Tonight, the old danger felt close. We checked behind us every few paces to make sure no one was following. An old woman in a nightdress and coat stood smoking on the balcony of an apartment block, watching us with sunken eyes as we passed. Would she remember us if we ran into the horned man between here and our home and never made it? What would she tell the police if they came knocking, looking for witnesses? They seemed agitated. They were underdressed for the weather. They were in a hurry. They kept looking behind them as though they were being pursued. What did they expect, dressed like that? We turned left, then looped back onto our street. It was darker than the main road and lined with skeletal trees that looked monstrous in the low light. The man, whoever he was, knew the route I ran through Hempstead Heath in the morning. He knew where I went to school. He knew where Vivi's show was. He knew, I was certain, where we lived. After we locked the door behind us, I messaged Kate to let her know I was safe while Vivi checked all the windows and doors were secure. We changed out of Gray's gossamer clothes and into PJs, harsh against our skin after designer silk and wood. Then, sat cross-legged on the kitchen island eating pasta from a bowl Kate had left in the fridge. Sasha meowed from the floor, begging for more food even though she'd already been fed. We still hadn't heard from Gray. I called again. Nothing. And sent another message that went undelivered. We decided to give her the night before we called the police. There were no signs of a struggle at her apartment, and besides, she was a jet-setter. She could be on a yacht in the Caribbean for all we knew, her phone out of service. Just because a creep was stalking us, and just because a man with black eyes who smelled like death had been asking after her, didn't mean something bad had happened to Gray. I am the thing in the dark, she had said once, and in that moment, I had believed her. Why do you think we're so strange? I asked Vivi as we ate. Why do you think we can do things? The things that we can do. Like what? Vivi said around a mouthful of pasta. Make people do what we want them to do. Other things. That doesn't feel strange to me. It feels right. Other people can't do what we do. Sure they can. Other people can do weird stuff too, you know. They just don't talk about it. There have always been people like us, Iris. Look into history books. Any folklore, witches, mediums, Wiccans, whatever you want to call it, we're connected to the world and to each other in a different way. We might be peculiar, but we're not new. I shook my head. There's something wrong with us. I feel it sometimes. Something rotten on the inside. It's why I buried myself in books on coding and robotics and titration, so the wrongness had less room to seep in. I was certain that others, people like Justine Kahn and Jennifer Ware, could feel it too. Maybe they were right to be cruel to me. Maybe I let them get away with it because some part of me believed I deserved it. Do you think that thing, the guy in the skull, do you think he has anything to do with what happened to us? Do you think he's back to finish what he started? I reached out to trail my fingers over the seat at my sister's throat. Oh, over the scar at my sister's throat, hidden now between a twist of vines and ink. Who's cut little girls' throats? Vivi chewed her mouth slowly, her eyes boring into mine. I think it's time we went to bed. She slid off the kitchen bench and left without another word. I brushed my teeth, tried to catch up on some of the classwork I'd missed that day, and then went to find her in her old bedroom, curled up in her childhood single bed. I crawled in next to her. The stink of the perfume had faded, and Vivi's natural scent, sylvan, milky, passed through now. I wiped some smudged eyeliner from her cheek and watched her while she slept. None of us were attractive sleepers. All of the sharp angles that made us striking when we were awake gave way to slack jaws and puddles of drool the moment our heads hit pillows. We'd once spent an entire month seeing who could take the most hideous sleeping pictures of the others. I stroked Vivi's cheek and felt a pang of longing for her, and for Gray, for the years we'd been inseparable. not yet split apart by countries and time zones and careers and lives. I pressed my fingertips lightly to her throat, right at the point where her heartbeat sprang beneath her skin. It was how we'd slept as children, our finger resting on one another's pulse points, a cross-hatched thicket of wrists and necks and hands. For a long time, years, I couldn't sleep deeply unless I felt the heartbeat of both of my sisters thrumming beneath my fingers. But they had grown up and left home, and I'd realized there were scarier things in the world than the monsters that lived in my nightmares. Gray, I thought in silent prayer, knowing somehow that wherever she was, she'd hear me. I hope you're okay. I woke before dawn, as I always did, and messaged my mother, and checked my Find Friends app, and ran through Hampstead Heath, cursing the Romans for setting in such a damp, miserable place. It was raining again, because it was London. The weirdness of yesterday felt washed away, but I still stuck to the busier paths and avoided the wooded area where I'd seen the man yesterday. I ran until it hurt to breathe and my body begged me to stop, and then I ran some more. I held my phone in my palm the whole time, willing it to vibrate with a message from Gray, but every time I looked, there were no new notifications. When I got home, Kate was cooking breakfast in her scrubs. Vivi was sitting on the kitchen island again, her long tattooed legs dangling as she plopped cherry tomatoes into her mouth. "Look who I found," Kate said when she saw me. "The prodigal daughter returns," Vivi said, opening her arms wide and staring off into the distance like a Renaissance painting of Jesus. "You know the definition of prodigal is wasteful, extravagant?" I said as I went to the fridge in search of milk. Vivi put her arms down. I thought it meant favorite, and I'm gonna stick with that. "Pour me one, too," she said as I sat out a glass. "Please," Kate said out of habit. "Please," Vivi said. I handed her a glass of milk and sat at the breakfast bar while Kate scrambled some eggs. Vivi had an easier relationship with our mother than Gray did. Kate had always been overprotective. How could she be expected to be any other way after what she'd been through? Which Gray had taken as a personal threat to her freedom. Vivi, on the other hand, was never bothered by her mother's rules because she never followed them. If Vivi was busted, which wasn't often because she was so good at sneaking around, she would apologize with handwritten cards and breakfast in bed. They were very different women who had lived very different lives and were interested in very different things, but somehow, despite each considering the other an anomaly, we usually managed to find some middle ground. They spoke on the phone at least once a month. They teased each other constantly. Kate sent Vivi links to tattoo removal clinics. Vivi sent Kate links to pictures of body modders with split tongues and their teeth filed to points. Captioned, "Do you think this would suit me?" When Vivi sent recordings of her new music, Kate responded with comments like, "I think you sent the wrong track. This is a recording of cats being murdered." They were silly with each other, sweet with each other. "Have you heard from Gray?" I asked Vivi. Vivi shook her head. "Kate doesn't seem to think we should worry." "Gray can look after herself," Kate said. The way she said it without even looking up from what she was doing made me purse my lips. My thoughts went to the night Gray left home. They had been at odds with each other for months. Kate and Gray squabbling over curfews and boyfriends and parties and alcohol. Gray was pushing the boundaries, seeing what she could get away with. One night she stumbled home rotten drunk and vomited on the kitchen floor. Kate was furious and grounded her on the spot. Gray was a 17-year-old girl, filled with rage and power of a thunderstorm curling beneath her skin. When she snapped, she put her hands around her mother's throat, forcing her against the wall, and whispered something in her ear. A needle, a pinprick, something that was so small, so quiet, I didn't hear it. Kate was still. And then Whatever Gray had said splintered through her, electrifying her. She was a tree split by lightning. One moment a woman, the next something wild and ruptured. She slapped my sister so hard across the face that Gray's lip split. There was still 3 brown specks on the wall where her blood had soaked into the plaster. Get the fuck out of my house, Kate had ordered in a low, steady voice, and don't ever, ever come back. The sudden violence of it had me hyperventilate. For years, my father's delusion had swallowed inside my mind. I'd become more and more afraid that he would hurt us, put a pillow over our faces when we slept. It wasn't unusual to wake in the middle of the night to his shadowy form hovering at the end of my bed, whispering softly, "Who are you? What are you?" Yet even as the spools of himself unraveled, he never laid a finger on us. Then, here was Kate Hollow, a small, gentle woman who had done something so brutal, so indefensible. I still wasn't sure what terrible thing Gray had said to her to make her snap like that, to pull her so far out of herself. Gray hadn't cried. She'd set her jaw, packed her bags, and done what our mother asked, left the house, and never came back. Except once, to clear out her room. They hadn't spoken since that night, 4 years ago now. Should we call the police? I asked. Should I not go to school? It was tempting. I wondered what fresh punishment JJ had in store for me for embarrassing them last night. "You are going to school," Kate said as she pointed from me to Vivi. "One day of cutting class with your miscreant sister is tolerable, but no more." "I think you meant to say, genius rock goddess sister, but okay," Vivi said. "I would like a doctor in the family," Kate said, her fingers crossed on both hands. "Or at least one daughter to finish high school, so go and get ready." "What if we don't hear from her?" I asked. I looked to Vivi, who shrugged. I was immediately frustrated by the sense that if Gray were here and Vivi was missing, Gray would know exactly what to do. There would be forward motion. There would be a plan. Gray was like that. There was no problem so large that it couldn't be solved. The universe seemed to bend to her will. Vivi and I, in comparison, were too used to being foot soldiers under our elder sister's rule. Without our unifying central command unit, we were lost. "I was supposed to fly back to Budapest this afternoon, but I guess I can push my flight until tomorrow," Vivi said. "I'll call her agent and manager after 9. I'm sure they'll know where she is." And that's the end of chapter 6. Oh. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I'll do that for you in just a second. I'm half asleep, so I imagine I misheard, but I swear I just heard Cass say she put cherry in her mouth. I think that's a sub-goal somewhere. Oh my god. Yeah, that's not what I said, but, would. Okay, let me hydrate. Let me hydrate for you. Thank you guys for all of the follows while I'm reading. Much appreciated. No, don't clip that. No, don't clip that. There's no need to clip that. No need to clip. Yeah, I sent you the current number. Did you really? Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Also, I saw your message saying that if you stopped talking in chat, you fell asleep. That's totally valid. Because holy shit, that is all. Okay. Noted. Noted. Oh gosh. I'm gonna do more than a posture check though. I'm gonna do a full stretch. Yeah, I'm getting there with the sleeps. That's okay. Oh my god. My entire back. Oh, that felt wonderful. Okay. Let's see. What time is it? I feel awake suddenly after that. Hello? What, me cracking my back? My. Could you hear it on the mic? There's no way. There's no way you heard my back crack. But yeah, it's 12:16 for you. Yep. Every single vertebrae. Okay. I think I'm gonna read one more chapter. One more chapter, and then I think we'll pause. Perfect? Okay, cool. Let's get into chapter 7. I called Gray on my walk to school, and again between each of my classes, already knowing it would go to voicemail. I checked Find Friends. Vivi and Kate were both at home, but Gray's location came back as unavailable. I was distracted in class, refreshing Instagram and Facebook to see if she'd posted anything new. By lunchtime, I wondered if JJ might just let me get away with the sin of having Vivi for a sister. Justine had ignored me in English, and I hadn't yet seen Jennifer. And then, when I sat down to eat, I found the picture. A piece of printer paper had been folded twice and slipped into my backpack. On it was a medieval image of 3 women burning at stakes, their hands clasped behind them in irons as flames licked at their toes. Their faces had been digitally altered to look like my sisters and me. There was no accompanying note, though the message was loud and clear. You will burn. I sighed. My first instinct was to throw it away or take it to a teacher. Instead, I folded it up and put it back in my bag. Gray would like it, and would probably find it funny, would appreciate the artistry that had gone into making the burning women look like us. It was the kind of thing she would have framed and hung on her bedroom wall when she was my age. I picked up my phone to call her, forgetting, for a moment, that she was unlikely to answer. Instead, I called Vivi for an update, but her phone rang and rang and rang, and when her avatar disappeared from Find Friends a few minutes later, I was left with a panicky feeling in my stomach that whatever had happened to Gray had happened to Vivi too. I cut class for the second day in a row and jogged home through the spitting rain, and when I got there, Kate's car was gone and the house was shut up. Dark. Vivi, I called. When I unlocked the front door, no answer. Vivi! Up here, she answered, in Gray's room. I ran up the stairs, my heart thrashing. Vivi was in Gray's old, empty bedroom, sitting on the floor with Sasha in her lap, and the Vogue magazine open in front of her. How did you get in here? I asked, breathless. The door has been locked for ages. Gray's gone, Iris, she said without looking up at me. Lightning flashed outside. Thunder followed a moment later, stuttering through the house and making the window glass jitter. My hair was wet, and my teeth were chattering from the cold. Kate told me that the 3 of us were all born in the middle of storms. Gray was lightning, Vivi was thunder, and I was the sea in a tempest. Gray had always hated storms, but Vivi loved them. When a second curl of thunder crawled in through the open window, I wondered if she'd somehow summoned it. What do you mean Gray's gone? I asked. I talked to her agent, her manager, her publicist, the photographer she was supposed to shoot with yesterday. I talked to her friends in Paris and London. I talked to her doorman. No one has seen or heard from her in days. Vivi held up the latest Vogue, the one I'd hidden under my pillow to save it from my mother. Have you read this? A couple of paragraphs, but read some more. There are more important... Seriously, read it. What am I looking for? Oh, you'll know it when you see it. I opened the magazine and picked up where I left off. New Year's Day marked the 10-year anniversary of one of the world's most enduring modern mysteries, the disappearance of the Hollow Sisters. On a quiet street in Edinburgh, 3 little girls vanished right out from under their parents' watchful gaze. Then, Exactly 1 month later, they came back to the very same street they were taken from. They were naked and carried nothing with them but an antique folding hunting knife. They had no serious injuries nor signs of sexual assault. They weren't dehydrated or malnourished. All three of them bore a fine half-moon incision at the base of their throats, nestled in the crook of their collarbones. That had been stitched closed with silk thread. The wounds were healing nicely. No one has been able to say where they went or what happened to them. Not even Gray Hollow, the eldest of the three. She was 11 at the time, certainly old enough to remember snippets of her experience, though she refused to give a statement to Scottish police and has never spoken publicly about her suspected kidnapping. Conspiracy theories abound, the most popular of which are alien abduction, parental hoax, and, perhaps because of the Celtic setting, fairy changelings. There were several large out-of-court settlements from news organizations that had falsely accused the girl's parents of being involved in their disappearance. The funds went towards enrolling the three sisters in Highgate School for Girls, a lavishly expensive day school that counts famous actors, poets, and journalists among its alumni. One of the old girls recently married into an extended branch of the royal family. The grounds are green and expansive, the main building a timber-framed Tudor mansion with wisteria growing thick on the facade. Gray Hollow struggled to thrive there. A series of family tragedies followed in the ensuing years, the most devastating of which was a Capgras delusion. Hollow's father, Gabe, reportedly believed his children had been replaced by identical imposters. After 2 years in and out of psychiatric institutions, he killed himself when Gray was 13. Little more is known about her teenage years, but at 17, she had a falling out with her mother and found herself homeless. She dropped out of high school and moved into a one-bedroom apartment in Hackney with 3 other girls and tried her hand at modeling. Within 6 months of leaving home, she'd walked for Ellie Saab, Balmain, Road Art, and Valentino. Within 2 years, she was the highest-earning supermodel in the world. Now, at the age of 21, Hollow is the owner of and head designer at House of Hollow, whose creations have become some of the most sought after in the industry after the label's launch at Paris Fashion Week just under 18 months ago. One of the first things I tell her is that stitching bits of paper into her creations reminds me of another infamous unsolved crime, the mystery of the Somerton Man. In 1948, an unidentified man was found on a beach in Australia. All the labels had been cut from his clothing, and police later found a tiny scroll of rolled-up paper sewn into his trouser pocket. It read, Tamam Shud, which means finished in Persian. The words had been torn from the final page of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. That's where I got the initial inspiration from, Hollow says eagerly as she wraps her long fingers, fraternally dexterous, like she's a seamstress who's been working on the hunt for 100 years, around a cup of unsweetened Ceylon tea. Her voice is surprisingly deep, and she rarely blinks. With white blonde hair, black eyes, and a smattering of freckles across her nose, year-round, she is the definition of ethereal. I have interviewed many beautiful women, but none so truly otherworldly. As a child, I was obsessed with mysteries, probably because I was one. I'm under strict instructions from her publicist not to ask her about the missing month, but since she was the one who brought it up, I pressed my luck. Does she really not remember anything? Of course I remember, she says, her ink-drop gaze holding mine. Her smile is slight, sly, the same mischievous pixie grin that has made her famous. I remember everything. You just wouldn't believe me if I told you. The article continued, but I came to a snap stop at that line, the line that Vivi had no doubt been talking about. Of course I remember. I remember everything. You just wouldn't believe me if I told you. The words sank into me like acid, dissolving my flesh. I snapped the Vogue shut and sat on Gray's bare bed, my hand pressed over my mouth. Yeah, Vivi said heavily. That cannot be true. When I was 7 years old, I vanished without a trace for a whole month. On the very rare occasion she drank enough wine to talk about it, my mother emphasized the impossibility of it. How we were walking through the warren of lanes in Edinburgh, Old Town, back to our father's parents' house. How we were there one moment and then gone the next. How she took her eyes off of us for a second or two, long enough to peck our father on the cheek when the New Year's fireworks began. How she heard nothing, saw no one, simply looked up to find the street before her empty. A lace-fine snow was falling through the air, the kind that melts when it hits the sidewalk. The alleyway was lit by oily slicks of light and pops of effervescence from the overhead starbursts. Where there should have been 3 children, there was none. Kate smiled at first. She thought we were playing with her. Iris, Vivi, Gray, come out, wherever you are, she sang. We were bad at hide and seek, but she always pretended to take forever to find us. No giggles answered her this time. No whispers. Immediately she knew something was wrong. In her first statement to the police, Kate would say that the air tasted burnt and smelled of wild, wet animal, that the only thing out of place on the street was a handful of fallen leaves and white flowers on the stoop of a house that had burned down the month before. That was the first place she looked for us. All that had survived the flames of the fire was a freestanding doorframe, held up by nothing. My mother stepped through it and called our names and wandered from room to room in the shell of a burnt-out brick and rubble, the panic rising. We weren't there. We weren't anywhere. It was like the cobblestones had opened up and swallowed us. My father, Gabe, when he was alive, filled in the rest of the story. How he called the police less than 5 minutes after we disappeared. How he banged on the doors of every house on the street, but no one had seen us. How you could hear people calling our names, Iris, Vivi, Gray, from one end of Old Town to the other, until the sun rose and the searchers went home to rest their throats and hug their sleeping children. I remembered none of this, like a language I'd once been fluent in, but had long stopped speaking. The memories of what truly happened had faded to threadbare fragments, over time, and then to nothing at all. I was grateful for this. I knew what usually happened to kidnapped children. It was better not to know what had been done to us. My memories began a month later, when a woman found us huddled together at midnight, shivering on the sidewalk of the same street we had disappeared from. Our coats were gone, and we were naked in the cold, but apart from that, we were unharmed. Our skin was clean. There were leaves and white flowers in our hair. We smelled of mildew and wood smoke and milk and death. The police came and took the knife from Gray's shaking hand and wrapped us in foil blankets and offered us hot chocolate and cake made from dark treacle and spices. I was starving. We all were. We gorged ourselves. After our medical examinations, we were released to our parents. Kate swept me up into her arms and collapsed to the hospital floor in a sobbing heap. Her face was wet with tears and her hair was a greasy nest twisted into a bun at the nape of her neck. She couldn't speak, could only rock back and forth on the floor, keening into my ear. It is the first true memory I have of my mother. Of course, I remember. I remember everything. You just wouldn't believe me if I told you. It had to be a lie. Gray didn't remember. None of us did. It was a central tenet of our story. We were taken, we came back. None of us knew what happened, and none of us ever would. We were the miracle that parents of all missing children dreamed of, spat back from the abyss, unharmed and whole. I can't feel her, Iris, Vivi said. I can't feel her. What does that mean? Last night you talked about the strange things we can do. That's one of them. I'd forgotten. I haven't tried to do it for years, but when I woke up this morning and you weren't there, I could still feel you. I followed your footsteps down the stairs to the front door. We're tethered or something. We've always been able to find each other. In the dark, across town, even over oceans, my feet bring me to you if I want them to. I knew what she was talking about. I always knew. If Gray or Vivi was calling me without looking at the caller ID, I always knew where I'd find my sisters if I were looking for them. But I assumed the memories of being able to feel them, to find them if I needed to, were things I'd half dreamed as a kid, like breathing underwater or being able to fly. But I can't feel her, Vivi continued. Gray is gone. What if whatever happened to us before is happening again? We might be the only ones who can help her. Don't say that. Don't even think that, okay? Nothing has happened to her. I could hear in the pitch of my voice how desperately I wanted that to be true. We're not kids anymore. Besides, you heard Tyler last night. She disappears all the time. We have to look for her, Iris. No, I have to go back to school. I have classes. I have tutoring. There's a titration competition coming up in a month that I haven't practiced for even once, and my Python skills need some. Tell me you think she's okay, and I'll drop you at school myself. Vivi, this is crazy. Say she's okay then. Listen to your gut and tell me you think Gray is okay. Do the thing we can do. Find her. I haven't tried to do that for a long time. Do it. I let out a long breath and did what Vivi asked me to do. I reached out and tried to find Gray, to feel her, the way I'd been able to as a child. But all that came back was empty sense of nothingness. I bit my lip. Was that proof of anything? That's what I thought, Vivi said. She tapped the Vogue cover. Grays always keep secrets. When we were kids, she used to hide stuff from us. Her diary, money, booze. She'd squirrel everything away under loose floorboards or behind bookshelves. So where would she keep her secrets now? I looked around the room. How did you get in here? Did you pick the lock? Vivi shrugged. The door was open. The only person who has a key to this room is Gray. I knew that because I'd tried to get in many times since she left, without success. I thought of the open front door yesterday, of the wet footprints that tracked inside, of Sasha outside on the mat. What if... I started. It was a crazy theory, but we were already talking about crazy things. What if Gray unlocked the door? What if she was here yesterday? What if she left something for us? Something only we would know how to find. Vivi snapped her fingers at me. Now you're thinking like a hollow. We spent the afternoon combing Gray's bedroom, excavating for signs of our sister. Vivi found the first, a collection of runes hand-embroidered in emeralds threads on the underside of her mattress. I found the second, an annotated page torn from a book of Emily Dickinson's poetry, rolled up tight inside of a curtain rod. And the third, I was on my hands and knees under Gray's bed, trailing my fingertips over the baseboard, and my skin caught on a splinter in the wood. A prick of blood welled on my fingertip. I wiped it away on my uniform skirt, and then crouched to inspect the offending panel. There's something here, I told Vivi. Crack in the skirting board. I slipped my fingernails under the wood and lifted. It gave, but not enough. Get me a knife from the kitchen. Vivi was standing over me now. Why don't you get it yourself? She said. I sighed and turned to give her a seriously look. Sorry, old sibling habits die hard. When Vivi returned with a butter knife, I slipped it into the creek and eased it open. You're gonna break it, Vivi said as she tried to shoulder me out of the way. Let me do it. I stopped and glared at her. Would you quit it? Fine, whatever. Just be more gentle. I am gentle. Finally, the wood came away from the wall with a bright pop and clattered to the floorboards. Behind it was a hole in the plasterboard, its edges raw. The exact kind of place Gray liked to keep secrets. Give me your phone, I said to Vivi, and she did. The flashlight already turned on. I notched it into the darkness, eager to uncover more of Gray's mysteries the same way I had been as a child. My heart was clucking in my throat. The hole was laced with cobwebs. There were no diaries, or cash, or condoms, or little bottles of elderflower gin, which is what we used to find in Gray's hidey holes before she left home. There was only a dried white flower, an antique hunting knife, and a brass key with a note attached. Now, this is more like Gray, Vivi said as I handed her the strange treasures. I could sense Gray in them, feel her energy. She had touched them, not so long ago. On the scroll attached to the key, there was an address in Shoreditch, followed by a message with yesterday's date. Vivi, Iris. First of all, stop going through my private shit. I don't know how many times I have to tell you. Okay, fine, this time I was counting on you going snooping, but still, not cool. I hate to say this, but if you're reading this, I might already be dead. There's so much I wish I'd told you. Come to the address above, bring the key, find the door, save me, and if he comes for you, run. I love you both more than anything. Gray. P.S. Regarding the knife, as John and Arya said, stick 'em with the pointy end. And that's where we are ending the book reading tonight. Chapter 7. I picked a good chapter to end on, didn't I? Yes? Yeah. So we'll pick up on chapter 8 next week. A diabolical place to end? What do you mean? Gotta leave off on a cliffhanger. That's the right way to do it. It's the right way to do it. Oh my god, it's like the hand came out of the book. Yeah, it is like the hand came out of the book. Oh, thank you for the magic, Redeem. Thank you. Pretty, yeah. It's like some magic, you know? I had to do a lot of editing to this asset to get it to look like this. I'm glad it turned out nicely. Just like the streamer and the redeemer. Aw. What do you think though? What do you guys think of the book? Do you like it? Are you enamored? Are you on the edge of your seat? Can you not wait until next week? I'm in love. God, I want more. It's good, right? It's like got the dark macabre fairy tale vibe, but it's also a mystery. It's really cool. It is great. Oh, King, you're still awake with us. Hey, Cherry. How's your night going, sweetheart? Hopefully it's good. I checked Find Friends and saw Tyler's hot voice approaching my location. Look, okay, look. I have a type, and the way Tyler is described, he could be one of those types, okay? He could be. I'm not against androgyny, not at all. A man with lipstick on just means we get to make more of a mess, that's all. Here, let me turn these assets off now that I'm done reading. I'll fight Tyler. I will too, but probably not in the way you're thinking. I'm so glad you guys like this book. I've had an amazing day, miss you already, but it's ending great. Aw, I miss you already too. Yeah, it is ending very good. It is. I just cherish any moments I get with you, Cherry. Yeah, the kiss scene from earlier, you'll reenact it. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. But, I'm not, you know, maybe not to the extent that was described. Cherry, you're so cute. You guys are so cute. Thank you for... God, you guys, thank you for being here. Insane. Confirmed. No, not me though. Oh? Yeah, you are, Crimson. You're cute too. No, you're so cute. No, you! No, you! Don't fight me while I'm doing ASMR. You gotta take it. You gotta take the compliment. So proud of you, bestie ghosty. Oh, thank you. Hi, Aya. Hello, welcome in. You gotta take it, casket. Yes, you do have to take my compliments. You do. If I compliment you, chat, you have to accept it. So if I say you're a cutie, you gotta be like, okay, yeah, casket, if you think that, it must be true. I will sit here and just take it like the good girl I am, casket, okay? I was not expecting that sentence to go that way. But you know what? You know what? I don't have the redeem active for ASMR, but I will sit here and just take it like the good girl I am is astounding. It's astounding. Okay, you take my compliments too then? I have enough brain power to combat you? The kissy emote is crazy. You're so good at taking my compliments. Of course, that's the first thing I hear. Oh my god, Tim. Hi, Tim. How are you, Dad? I hope you're doing good. I'm kicking my feet. Oh, I didn't even call you it. You called it. You called you. You called you. You called yourself a good girl. I didn't even do the redeem for you. You're still kicking your feet? My. My. If I ever do a ASMR stream where I'm not reading, I will probably turn those redeems back on, but I just don't want it to ever distract from the reading, you know? Kicking my feet's diabolical. Let me drink more water. Gosh. I'm like, I have that like little bit of energy, you know? That like, it, you guys ever read a good book? You guys ever read a book that's so good that you just don't want to stop reading it? I feel like if this wasn't like, if I didn't want to make sure we were reading more of this next week, I would just power through and read more and more and more. But we gotta keep it in digestible chunks, you know? I think you missed it, but Cass said she would put you in her mouth. I think Crimson clipped it. I did say that. I did. I might have brain as pudding at the moment. That's okay. You don't need a brain. You just need to be here and relax. Well, dude, I feel that. I did that with a book in high school. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the book, House of Hollow, I'm pretty sure the first time I read it in one sitting. Because it's only 24 chapters. Interesting comms, chat. Interesting comms. Yeah, actually, it was a clip that King instigated because he came in and he was like, I don't know if I'm just half asleep and I misheard you, but I could have sworn I just heard Cass say she was going to put cherry in her mouth. And I read it and I was like, yeah, would. Definitely would. Legit didn't read it until I kind of had to, so I started during homeroom, and then I got hooked and blitzed most of it. Ah, I see, I see. Oh, hi King, welcome in, nice to see you. What is this? Just a little ghost reading books to her lovely graveyard of souls. Welcome in. Feet are kicking everywhere. Feet are kicking everywhere. In my defense, I think it had something to do with cherry tomatoes in one of the book scenes. Oh, yes, I do think it was a cherry tomato. She's putting us to sleep, into the afterlife. Yeah. If you are sleepy, please feel free to hang out with the cozy vibes. We have been reading The House of Hollow. We read the first 7 chapters. We will pick up on chapter 8 next week. But for now, we're just gonna vibe for a little bit longer. My sense of duty is preventing my sleeping for now. My sense of duty. Chat, he said duty. Did you hear that? That's crazy. Insane. Let's see. What do you guys think is gonna happen next? What do you guys think is gonna happen next? Do you think it's gonna be like a Hazelwood situation where they have to go into a different land to find their sister? I hope you washed your hands in a place called Hero's Duty. Anyway, Wreck-It Ralph. I know, it was a Wreck-It Ralph quote. Tired? Don't give me that look. I'm looking at you. Don't make me get closer to you. I will. Okay, do it. Show me the eyes. Oh, wait, you want me to show you the eyes? Are you sure? Are you sure that's what you want? While I'm using my ASMR voice, are you sure? I didn't stutter. Oh, chat, he said he didn't stutter. Okay. Well, maybe I can get a little closer. What's this? Pretty okay? Close enough for you? Not close enough. Crazy. Not close enough is crazy. Not close enough is crazy. I feel like I should make sure you can at least see the top of my dress. Sometimes I get self-conscious. I don't want people to assume that I don't have clothes on. A little closer, Cass, if you please. Oh, really? Oh, the ghost lady is approaching me? Well, if you insist, I could probably get a little closer. I think this is actually as close as I can get, which is pretty damn close. If I do it anymore, I'll get blurry. Guys, I love this afterlife. Hey, hey. Time to bust the ghost is crazy. You guys. What the fuck? Don't bonk me. You bonking me. Damn, am I dead? I don't know, Pengu. You do find yourself in the afterlife currently, so maybe you are. For the love of God, someone get the smudge out. She's haunting, run. Hey, I only haunt with consent, okay? I only haunt with consent. Also fair about the dress. I mean, I know the dress is there, but damn, I gotta run, but first. Oh, Pengu, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Don't be afraid of the afterlife, friend. We have fun here. We'll be dead by daylight. Dead by daylight. Dead by daylight, he said it, chat. Until we meet again. I look forward to it until we meet again. I look forward to it. Wait, what? What am I waiting for? What am I waiting for? Here, I feel like I'm a little too close. How about this? Appropriate closeness. Wait, I may have miscalculated. What did you miscalculate? What did you miscalculate? I consent to you haunting me? Oh, gun. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you. I don't want to remind her of her killer yandere while she's ASMRing. Trust, I have not forgotten. I have that redeem off for a reason though when I do ASMR. I feel like if I was an ASMR yandere, that would be far too powerful. Oh, gun, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you. I know what my assets are. I'll just put it like that. Good, you recognize your power? Yes, I do. I recognize my power. Maybe in the future you guys will get a special ASMR stream where I have those redeems turned on, but I just, I know I said it before, I just didn't want them to detract from the reading. What am I gonna do, read the book as a yandere? No way. Nah, I get it. It's a good call. It is. Yes. Yeah, I don't want to detract from the novel. But also, at the same time, it is really fun teasing you guys. It is really fun. These have been a big success, in my humble opinion. I think so. I do have so much fun reading books just on my own, so getting a chance to read them to you is just, I don't know, it feels like a dream come true, honestly. The reading, not the teasing. Oh no, darling, I know the teasing is also a success. I mean, okay, the teasing has always been a success, but I need to stop talking. Your sleepy deliriousness is making you say things you wouldn't otherwise say. At least not here and now. Think you are protesting a little too much? One doth protest too much. This is why I go to bed before I tap. Oh, before you tap. I sleepy too? Oh, gun, you sleepy too. The rain sounds are very calming, aren't they? Yap, not tap. I don't know, chat. I think that was a Freudian slip. I tap before sleep. My goodness. Yeah, like I said at the beginning of stream, I added a few books to my throne that I think would be really fun to read on stream for you guys. Two of which are sequels to the last book that we read, The Hazelwood. Apparently, there is a book 2, and the author wrote the actual novel Tales from the Hinterland, so I think it would be really fun to read those on stream to you guys. And I was also talking about maybe reading Howl's Moving Castle on stream. I love that book so much, and I just recently found out it's part of a series. It's a trilogy, and it's only the first book in the trilogy, and I've never read book 2 or 3. So I think that would be really fun to explore with you guys too. Also, um, the AO emote is wisely placed, yes. Yeah, I saw the post, intrigued to be honest. Yeah, and I really like that I set up that throne channel in the Discord too. It it just like, you know, it it helps me keep track of what's on there. And then if anyone decides to be generous, I can actually thank you guys in like a proper way. You are always cooking? Oh, thank you. I've read a novel about German U-boats during World War II. Really? Hmm. Sounds interesting. I don't know much, but I do tend to usually read fiction. I'm a big fiction novel girly myself. It was interesting. I'm sure it was. Wait, we need art of casket cooking. We need chef casket. Chef casket would be very cute. And nothing but an apron, right? At least that's my vision anyway. If I say more, I'll be get out of my head. Oh, you didn't need to say it. That's exactly what I would do. That's exactly what I would do. Oh, Alex, stop teasing? What? What do you mean? I know not what you mean. I would never tease you. I would never do that. Mm. I just came back from refilling my water again. Alex, I'm so proud of you. You're drinking so much water. You knew the exact idea? Of course. What am I, stupid? Of course. Of course I knew the idea. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. And Cass, hi. Ahem. Yes. Yes. Ahem. Mm. Hot water is so good. Ahem. Why are we ahemming? Are we ahemming for a reason? I don't know. Hmm. Hmm. You've got me interested. I'm intrigued. Perhaps you could indulge me with some words again. Oh, um, words, huh? Um, hmm. Sky. Okay, sky. How about, I'm sleepy, but I want to stay up now. Don't worry, Gun. The crypt is calling me back to sleep. Oh, Spectral. It's still lovely to have you guys here. Um, if you guys, I can't resist it. You can't resist it, huh? Hmm. Actually, Alex, these are some good words for you. Sky, resistance. Um, let's see. How about broken wings, blades of grass, dew. Oh, super ninja chicken. Also, double your name. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. The giggles are cute. My giggle? Oh, thank you. I mean, it is close to 1 a.m. for you. That is true. I mean, it is. It just. I just watched it hit 1 a.m. right now. So, if Crimson, if you're getting tired though and you need to head out, please hold on. Repeat them. Broken wings, blades of grass, like summer dew, um, resistance. Good night, Casket. I will arise next stream. Oh, Spectral, thank you so much. We'll see you next time, okay? I appreciate you being here with me. Same, it's 1 a.m. for me. Oh, you're Eastern Standard Time too. I should probably call it a night soon. I'm not quite ready yet, but soon I will. I mean, it is close to 1 a.m. for you, but the points for rating. The points for rating, I see. Broken wings. What was after that? Blades of grass. Blades of grass. I feel like I'm playing a memory game now. Blades of grass, summer dew, summer dew, and resistance, I think is what I said. I think that was everything. I should have clipped the first time you said them. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm pretty awake right now. I'm slipping. Oh, Crimson, go get some rest. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm only gonna be here a little while longer. I do need to be responsible and wise and make sure I get enough sleep because we do stream tomorrow as well. Tomorrow's stream is at 3 p.m. EST. Hi, thanks for the compliment. Sorry I didn't answer sooner. I was reading the rules. Oh, thank you so much for respecting the rules here. Super Ninja, welcome into the afterlife, friend. Lovely to have you here. Please don't forget to claim your daily piece of fruit. It's okay, I'm just trying to write them all, but it's difficult with one hand. Hey yo, what the hell? Hey yo, what the fuck? I like this stream. Oh, thank you. No problem. Oh. Still very kind of you all the same. Not like that, y'all. What the fuck? Crazy. What do you mean? What do you mean not like that? What do you mean not like that? Come on, you know who I am. You know who I am. You can't say shit like that without me immediately taking it there. Come on. Oh no, you got quoted. For anyone joining us here today, and this is your first time in one of my streams, we do ASMR reading streams every Saturday night. So if ASMR is your bread and butter, Saturday nights are for you. On Sundays, I do art streams. So tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST, I'm going to be doing art. I'm going to be drawing some of my VTuber friends, and we're just going to be listening to music and hanging out. And then Monday and Thursday are gaming days. So we'll probably play a variety game of some kind. Okay, Saturdays are for me, W. Gun, thank you so much. It's so wonderful to having so many new faces today. I love meeting new friends. Holding a pencil with two hands is impressive, and using one is normal. You know what? Ninja makes a good point. Ninja makes a good point. Writing with one hand is actually normal. My journal and pencil chat. Get your mind out of the gutter. No, Alex, my mind lives in the gutter. My mind exists in the gutter, actually. Wow, we're all cooked. Indeed. Indeed. Bold of you to assume I have a mind. You're right. I am assuming a lot. Okay, well, the jury's out on if Ninja has a mind. I understand. Get it. Hey, Cass? Yes? 11 away. Oh my god, are we really only 11 away from our follower goal? Holy shit. Oh my god, you guys. Cass, your giggles are so cute. Oh, Gun. Oh, wait. Thank you. I'm desperately trying to laugh quietly. Since it's an ASMR stream, usually I am cracking up loud. Wait, pause. What? Why are we pausing? What happened? What? Oh no, I'm scared. What? What? Cherry. I don't know. Cherry. I forgot your follower goal was feet. Look, you guys asked for it, okay? Okay, maybe not you guys in chat right now specifically, but the community asked for that. The community asked for that goal back when I had 300 followers. They were like, we want to see your model's feet. It started as a joke, and now it's not a joke. So, back when I had only 300 followers, I was like, oh yeah, if you guys want to see my model's feet, then we have to hit 1,000 followers, because I really did not think we would. but now we're almost here, and I will follow through with my promise because I am a woman of my word. But please, new chatters, do not think the worst of me. I am not into feet. I do not like them. Please don't ever show me or touch me with your feet ever. I'm losing grip. Also, W almost 1K. Deserved. Oh, thank you. You just work here, bestie. I get it. I do. I do just work here. I do. I have to operate on bribes, okay? You want something, you gotta bribe me for it. And in this regard, I was like, okay, 1K followers. At least it's a goal that will be achieved someday. I just didn't know when, and oh my god, it is upon us. I also just work here. It is a time, unless she's bratting. I brat all the time. What do you mean? A cute ghosty on the clock. Look at her go. You guys. You guys, come on. Yes, tactful bribing. God, it is so hard to laugh quietly. It is so hard. But I know that there's people here that are sleeping, and I don't want to. I don't want to accidentally cackle and wake them all up. I know how you operate. You sure do. I don't know if this is spelled right, because I'm sleepy. Oh, it's not, but I could still read it anyway. I am a professional at reading sleepy, so I speak sleepy very well. Okay, I might have to look back at VOD later to get the words again. Oh my god, Alex. I hope you've had a great evening, Ghosty. I have. I really have. I've enjoyed myself. I've enjoyed myself so much. Not only did I have fun spending time with you earlier today, but I just, I really miss streaming. It felt so bizarre not to have a stream earlier in the day. So, it's good to, it's good to be here. How is everyone doing? I think we're doing exceptional. I think most people here are probably sleepy. I know I'm starting to feel it seep into my bones a little bit, but I'm not quite there yet. I was getting water, leave me alone. Alex, how much water have you had? I can taste color. Oh. I'm sleepy. Oh. You guys are so cute when you're sleepy. Aw. So cute. Crimson has suddenly developed synesthesia? Do I have to be worried? 3 to 4 bottles of water already, just during my stream alone. Wow, you are hydrated. You are so hydrated. Oh my gosh. Proud of you. It's all the reds, don't worry. I have gotten... I'm only halfway through my bottle. It is pretty large, though. It's a pretty big water bottle, but... Oh, your eyes are red? Gimme. Don't eat my eyes. What? I need my eyes. I could give you some strawberries. Strawberries are red. I could give you some strawberries. What do you think? Would strawberries work? You can't have the exact strawberry that's in my hair, but you can have a different one. You can have a different one. I'm taking it? Okay. Do you all not get at least your gallon in every day? I do. I do throughout the day, mostly. It's just like I don't normally hear chatters having 3 to 4 bottles of water within 3 hours. I mean, I'm proud of you for drinking water, but also, I stay drinking water today. I'm kind of a fiend for water. I really like it. Like, all of my friends will be, like, drinking soda or something else, and I'm always the water girly. The only thing I drink other than water is, like, an alcoholic beverage. That's about it. Water is so fucking good. Yes, yes. Actually, that's a lie. Sometimes if anyone offers me like root beer or something, maybe I'll have one, but I don't. I try not to drink soda like that. Noted, Cass is super thirsty. That's pretty on brand for me, isn't it? Mm. See, I'm water minus fruit punch at times. I'm water minus fruit punch at times, or some flavored lemonades at times. Oh, I see, I see. You're saying you consume those drinks too. I see. Sometimes I will have fruit punch, but if I do, it always like reminds me of childhood, you know? For Thanatos, probably. I am thirsty for Thanatos. And honestly, Alex, your gifts that you've been making me with Thanatos and Dionysus, you just get me, man. You just get me. That's exactly the sandwich I want to be in, you know? Let me be a part of that sandwich, please. I need it. I need it. I need it so bad. Hmm. Clip? You're clipping. Why are you clipping me? Don't clip me. Did you see the ones I made for Ted? The new ones? I don't know if I did. I'll have to look. If they're in his server, I'll go look. Wait, what? You know why, do I? Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. My ADHD brain is not functioning. Cuteness overload. Cuteness overload? I sent them via DM. Oh, Alex, thank you. 10 away? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Hello, Surya. Welcome in. Welcome to the afterlife. I want to be hugged. Oh, I don't have a hug command, but I do have a head pat command. I don't have a hug, but I do have a head pat. A hug is a great idea, though. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hi, Gaisu. Hello. Wait. Are we waiting? Yes. We have a head pat, we have lick, and we have bonk. Exactly. I could use a hug too. Aw, chat. Are we hugging? Wait, you have a head pat command? I do, yeah. Exclamation point head pat, and then you type the username. We need a shake. I need to. Okay, chat, maybe this is something we can talk about. I need to choose an animated emote to remove in order to import the shake one that I made. And I've been having such a hard time trying to decide which one to take away. Because I feel like they all get used. Bonked Crimmy, since a certain person ain't here. Oh. Are you talking about the Oni? It's okay. Sure, yeah. Can you say something besides those 2 messages? You said them the last time you were here and want to make sure you're not a bot. Oh. You know what, Gaisu? That's a good point. I didn't realize they were here earlier. Aw. Aw, indeed. Aw, indeed. Maybe the dizzy one. Indeed, a certain Oni. Maybe the dizzy one. You guys don't use the dizzy one. Fun. Maybe the dizzy one. I suppose dizzy doesn't get used as much. Replace it with the shake. Or the rage. Oh, I see the people using the Anki one. I feel like I rarely see these. That is true. That is true. Okay. Noted. Okay. Yeah, I think dizzy will probably get replaced then, since that's true. Probably gonna be here at 3 p.m. Oh, for the next stream? That would be wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, those ones are kind of rare. Awesome. Thank you guys for your input. I'll be replacing one of those with the shake one. The shake will be a fun command. I think that's a great idea. Can't wait. Yeah. It would be so good. Okay. Understood. Understood. Happy to unintentionally remind. Or intentionally remind, because you're very good at that too. hidden talent. It's not very hidden. It's not very hidden, I don't think. I think you just have a really good memory. I just be yapping. I just be yapping. I mean same. I mean same. Same indeed. Okay. I suppose it is about that time that we should wrap up and I should try to figure out who to raid next. Dangerous. Tired yapping is dangerous, that is true. Gaisu. Sorry you didn't find anything. Has anyone found... I think I saw someone find cheese earlier in stream. But hard to tell. Okay, alright. Let's see. We need to find someone to raid. See if I can. Let's see. Hey, good night, Cass. I love your cute giggles. Oh, thank you. Good night, Gun. It was a pleasure meeting you tonight. I hope we get to see you again tomorrow. Get that sweet 250 berries. I have someone to raid if you don't have someone, though he's a pretty high energy guy. Yeah, see, I have a feeling there's a lot of people here that are asleep. So I would want to raid someone that's at least doing a softer content. Let's see. Is Opal still ASMR? I don't know. Is she live tonight doing ASMR? Let's see. Let's check my friends first. Let's see. Oh, she is. Interesting. Oh, but Ted is also live doing artwork too. And it looks like Ren is live playing Minecraft. That might also be a good option. And then we have... weirdly, none of my normal ASMR friends stream on Saturdays. That is really interesting. Oh no, Ted just ended. Did he really? Oh, that's not what my stream says. Hold on. Let me update my page. Let's see. Damn it, Ted. Tim, don't yell. It's gonna be okay. Oh, God, he did end. It's over. Damn, I was gonna raid him. Alright, I guess we will... Hashtag blame Ted. What are we blaming Ted for? Because he ended, he suddenly didn't feel well, is what he said. Oh no. Aw. Okay, well, hopefully he will feel better. I'm sure he will feel better. That's my bro. That's my bro. That's my bro. Yeah, poor Oni. Alright, well, I guess I will... Gosh, I guess I will... Well, hold on. Let me see. Let's see this. Okay, I think I am going to send you guys to Opal. Can't find anything. Can't hashtag blame Ted. Can't have nothing in chat. Yeah, the graveyard is giving you some things though. Oh my goodness, the way I switch up on him is hilarious. It really is. It really is. It really is. Okay. Yeah, I would rather raid Opal than raid someone I don't know. So let's do that. You guys, thank you for being here with me. Thank you for sitting through the first 7 chapters of House of Hollow. I can't wait to read it again for you guys next week. Next Saturday at 9:30 p.m. EST, we will pick it up. I missed it. Oh, venison. Yeah, I'm about to raid Opal, so it's okay. It's okay. I'm so excited for it. I'm excited for it too. This book is one of my favorites. You guys are gonna love the next couple of chapters, so don't miss it. I will join you on your raid. Okay, bet. You have my horn. Oh, do I really? My. Thank you for stream. Thank you guys. Okay, you wonderful souls, here are my raid commands. This is for my subscribers. Please copy and paste this when we get over into the next chat. And this one is for everyone else joining us here. Oh, Suni, thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Of course, of course. Again, my next stream is going to be tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST. We're going to be doing a nice cozy art stream. So please come by tomorrow and we will have some fun. Oh, Suni, no problem. Thank you so much. Welcome to the afterlife, friend. We are raiding out to my wonderful friend Opal, who is also doing a reading ASMR stream. Please show her some love when we get over there. Please, please. Also, I will look forward to seeing you guys next time. Rest well, okay? Sleep well. Get some sleep. You're way past your bedtime. Okay, Dad. Okay, I'm gonna go get some rest. I love you guys. Thank you for all the support tonight. Rest well. Hydrate. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Good night. Good night, good night. Bye bye bye. Mwah.